Righty. Hopefully all settings are working for this. Okay, we're gonna be playing some Evolved Shaman. The video I made for this did extremely well, and I'm gonna play it more. This is the list since it never actually showed up for the deck tracker, but it should be working now. We'll do some games. Season reset now, so back down to bronze. Ooh, okay, Rogue. I haven't played it against any rogues on day one. Okay, against Rogue, I definitely want to keep the weapon here. School teacher, I kind of like having school teacher in hand. Nice drive insect. Well, I like Jurguide on one. We'll tap here too. And probably on two, we're gonna play this. Attack again. Try and get thing from below. As cheap as possible. Ooh, okay, so this is probably Dagger Rogue. Sure. You can't run from me. Yeah, I'm okay trading into this. Okay, so we know they got the swordfish in hand. Oh, Kingsbane. Oh, I'm in wild. I did not realize that. Oh, that's a problem. I forgot to set it back to standard. Okay, well, I guess we can see how the deck does in wild, I guess. I don't know why it does that for me. Sometimes whenever I I'll log back into Hearthstone, and even though I was playing standard all day yesterday, it reverted it back to wild for some reason. That's fine. Hopefully we could beat a Kingsbane Rogue. I really do like the golden for this too. Unfortunate for sure. Okay, we'll go ahead and do this. Do I really want to try and Blazing Transmutation this right now? Get a 7 or an 8. Probably do both. I'm okay losing this match. I wasn't really expecting it to be in wild. I didn't even realize over here in the corner that it had the vines around it. Oh yeah. Well, that's unfortunate. Yeah, I'll just concede here. I didn't realize we were in wild. Yep, standard right here. Okay, now let's do it. We'll see what new decks there are. Oh, okay, another rogue.
Watch your back.
My elements are frightful.
Yeah, it was just warm up, even though I don't think that could even beat against a Kingsbane Rogue, but who knows? I'm actually curious. I haven't checked HS Replay to see if there are any other any other new decks came to light, or if any like new cards got added or anything like that. Which it probably hasn't been updated in that sense yet, but it doesn't hurt to check. It doesn't really seem like that's the case. Yeah. I thought it was pretty cool. Well, thank you. Yeah, I really like. I did make a tier list video over the mini set. I haven't uploaded it yet, but I basically just talk about all the shaman cards and warrior cards for like 5-10 minutes straight. Just because this is such a good card. Like being able to get the Mana Tide Totem is insane. Like I'm like 80% sure it's not in standard. Like I haven't played a lot of shaman at all. Like ever since like the most recent rotation. Just like because the power level went down so much that I haven't even like considered playing it, because the only deck that's like what like was semi-viable was the Overload Shaman, and that was like one of the worst decks from the expansion. But now with all these with Backstage Bouncer and oh, where is it at on here? Remixed Totem Carver makes the deck significantly better. Because like even right here, I could put it right here and get a Flame Tongue Totem, and that allow me to trade here, which is not too bad. But I like getting the Mana Tide Totem on this thing, just because the draw just makes the deck even that. Like it just, you notice a difference when you get Mana Tide Totem on it. Actually, I think I might do that. Put it right here. And I actually kind of want to evolve right here, get a 4-drop. I don't think that's too bad. Let's see, what else can we possibly do? Yeah, we'll go ahead and evolve it. Oh, that's a really nice thing to get. Nice. Oh yeah, no, it should definitely be added to any of your Totem Shaman decks, because if you like say like you top deck it when you have a full board, or like even like 2 slots open for enough space for Remixer and like a Flame Tongue Totem, just the damage output's really like is there. And then sometimes, you know, with like all-in Totem Shaman, like not this list, but like the normal Totem Shaman, you run out of resources really fast, and so being able to get the Mana Tide Totem is just insane. Or even like the Stereo Totem to buff up stuff in your hand that you haven't played yet, it's just as solid as is. Like it's just such a good card. Okay, well, we know this is the Dagger Rogue. It's funny, I played against King Bang's Rogue, and now I'm playing against this one here. Might as well just do this. But I'm not going to play any of the piranhas yet here.
You can't run from me.
How'd he do? So he Bone Spiked the Flang Totem. Oh, Chump did a video too? What was his another Evolve Shaman, or was it just an updated Totem Shaman list?
Prog Gnome Funky's real music.
I haven't checked out any of his other videos yet. I noticed that when I was like when the expansion released, Totem Shaman. Okay, cool. Yeah, because I noticed when I released my video that not many other like big YouTubers put out anything else. And none of them were even streaming at the time when I was playing the games too, and so that was another thing. Yeah, it's not a bad deck. I think this brings Shaman up, like, you know, a couple notches. I guess probably low B tier what this deck is. I definitely feel like probably like a Dagger Rogue could probably take it by surprise and beat it, but we had a pretty solid opener, especially on Sis, but he's able to remove our guy, so we probably should have tried to evolve it a little bit earlier. Yeah, the downside is just waiting for turn, you know, 7 and play Pack the House. Even trying to get our Famished Fool with all these warmers here. I am tempted just to Primordial Wave here, just so we can try and get some bigger stuff. Yeah, I don't know. This rogue hasn't really gone too wide yet. Leave the taunt guy there. No, I'll just sit. I'll be patient. I don't want to rush it too much. Yeah. I believe when I was playing this list, so I put like, normally when I record videos, I will record every single game I play, and then I'll just kind of break down ones I thought were like semi-interesting, like stuff that has like mechanic stuff that we like may not know, or like crazy just like win scenarios, or even like games I lost. Like I know a lot of the videos that I'm posting over the next couple days, I have a video that has like, I think all of them I lost. They're all very interesting games. Ooh, that's a really nice thing to draw. Go ahead and throw all these down here. Up there. Okay, so one more. But against Blood Knight, I didn't play against any Blood Knight with this deck. I only played against like Cross Aggro and Unholy, and this deck didn't really have a problem against them. Like I know I can't show the win percentage here for it because it didn't. The deck tracker wasn't working, but I went 6-0 with it first day, and this loss right here is against that was against the Kingsbane Rogue that I accidentally queued into. Ooh, I'd like to see a rush. 3, 4. I wish I was able to pick it. Let's see. Which cost of cards has the most rush minions in it? Is it like 4? Assuming that one's 4. Well, I might try and evolve this and see what happens if I can get another rush guy. Okay, well, I wanted to poke into this, but I might as well try that. Leave it like that. We'll have this infused. But I always lose my train of thought when I'm right in the middle of playing the game. But but yeah, for the most part, like the deck did pretty solid against like the aggressive decks, especially if I'm able to get down like early on, like a really big like even like a primordial wave into their undead stuff is really solid. And I feel like sometimes if you're able to get like Jive Insect down pretty early, or even like swarm the board with backstage bouncers, you can beat Blood Knight. Maybe not the 40 card version, but if there's a 30 card version running around, it probably has a solid chance against it. We'll probably just trade here, right here, at 4. Do something different. We'll do this. I wanna draw. Rocket would have been really nice here. I had that right there. There's a Totem Carver. I think I might like being able to pick the minion here. We'll pick it right here. Ooh. Mukla's kind of crazy here. Also, I like the Taunt Life still here, so I think we're definitely going to be picking that. And always underestimate Blazing Transmutation, because like there's been many times where I'm like debating if I want to cut one out for a different card. But in situations like this where I'm able to just pick a card that I want to change into, like a No Muncher here is just crazy. Then see, this is a Jukebox, which I don't really like that they put Jukebox as the other card for it. Like I understand it's like a newer card, but I wish it was something different. Like it could have been like the what's the other Totem and Wild, the 0/4 that restores for 4 HP. I think I'd much rather have that one over the Jukebox. I think it's called like the Reality or Tiddly or whatever the one is called. Yeah, I'm gonna play that School Teacher and I think into the Rock Guild, depending on what we get here.
Anybody?
You know, it's probably not bad to pick the Totemic Evidence here. But I think the Dark Weaver Aura is just a tad bit better. Maybe I need a freeze minion too. See, they're pretty much capping out of what they could do here. They've already played their second Swordfish. We don't really have to worry about any other like ways of burst damage unless they like are able to buff up their dagger a bunch. I think I'm gonna go for the freeze here. And I kind of wish that this was the Flame Tongue Totem because I would have put it right here so I could trade and then trade. But I think this works as well here. Because, you know, it's somewhat of a board. Poke there. We're not going to evolve anything here because everything's going to be getting buffed up. Yeah, I think that's fine. 6, he might be able to, you know, double Eviscerate here. He hasn't played any Eviscerates yet. Oh, he plays Test, okay. At least don't hit face. Okay, that's fine. Sure. Alright, I guess. Does he have like a Shadow Step for this? Okay. You know, we could go for Pack the House into a Primordial Wave here. Which I might do here. Okay, what other plays could we do here? We could trade here and here. I don't really like doing that. You know, maybe it would be the time to cold storage here and get a copy of that. Then we could Primordial Wave here. I don't know. I kind of want to play Pack the House here. Because these are just going to become a bunch of 1/1s. Maybe I should actually trade into these here. 7. That's 10 mana right there. Okay, this is the Flame Tongue Totem. So maybe we could play it right here. Trade. Trade.
There is little time.
I think I like this play just a tad bit better. Okay, those aren't bad. Okay, well, trade like this. And we have this 5/7 here. I think I could just sit here. Oh, I messed up. I should have evolved something here. So I got the Plague Totem. Yeah, it's supposed to evolve first there before I play this guy, so we could get the Flank Totem onto this guy here. But he'd be able to get over the taunt here, but that's fine. And if anything sticks here, we can just Primordial Wave next turn. I don't know, I feel like it might have been too much just to Primordial Wave here, because we got the taunt, which was more or less what I was looking for. Okay, he concedes. That's fine. It's definitely a misplay, but it worked. I also do kind of like this card back. It's not too bad. Yeah, well played. I think we definitely lucked out against that matchup because I don't think the guy opened up too well. Like, he did get to Swordfishes pretty early on, but it didn't seem like he had enough pirates to back up the damage he was outputting. And so we were just able to slowly build the board up and kind of worked out in the end. Yeah, this is Pure Paladin. I think only played against one Pure Paladin with this list, and we got down Jive Insect on turn 4, and he just conceded. So I'm not really sure what the whole like potential for the matchup is. But I think it's safe to say to keep one Famished Fool. If we had some other Evolve stuff in hand, I might consider keeping this in hand, but since we don't, I'm just going to keep the one Famished Fool here. Yeah, Muck Pool's fine. Yeah, of course, now when I say that, we get all the Evolve stuff in our hand. And then this is going to be at the very bottom of our deck. We're never going to get it, but that's how it is. We'll go ahead and play Muck Pool. This might be Dancing Paladin. I was hoping to see some of those on the ladder because of the new location. Giving all your minions rush is actually pretty insane, I think. And you're able to do it twice. I think that's not too bad. Yeah, if he's playing the Grime Street outfit, he's playing the mid-range Pure Paladin with the mech support in it. Rogue used up its win condition, so essentially over. Yeah, it basically was. Let's see here. You know, we might as well just go pretty wide here. We don't need to tap just yet, so we'll save this for next turn if there's more that we want to do. And then if we absolutely need to... Oh, also in that other matchup I had against Spear Paladin, he had both these down on the board, and I Primordial Waved them after he already expended all his entire hand. So... Yeah, no, not pure Mech Paladin. This is a... If you ever see that Outfitter, always assume that it's the tempo or like the mid-range version of a pure Paladin. Okay, now we could tap here and potentially get a minion, but I might just Primordial Wave first, or wave and then tap. Maybe it's actually not too bad to do that because it costs 0 to do it. Let's do it now. Okay, that's not too bad. We're gonna see what we can do with that. Okay, I actually don't mind the Swarmer here. He might trade into this now.
The menagerie.
Yeah, so does Pure Paladin. That's actually really bad for us. He got that on 5. We might lose that matchup now because he was able to get that. He's now gonna have basically, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So his light rays are like at 3 mana now, and so next turn he's gonna be able to play them all. Yeah, I might cut one of these down because I really don't like top decking this after I already have one. Like, it's just kind of eh. I might have to coin this out just so we can see if there's a way to get over the Purator here. See, does this? Where's it at? Cost 2 more. War Rider's kind of funny though. We're not going to be getting that far into the game to pick War Rider here, but it has the best stat line here, so we're just going to pick it. Oh, there it is, Manatide Totem. Best totem to get off of this.
My client has the heart of a hero.
That's a little unfortunate. Yeah, I'm still surprised Mech Paladin hasn't, or just Pure Paladin in general. This weapon, I don't know how this has not been nerfed at all. It's really surprising to me. Like, this should be at 3 or 4 mana, if anything. Because I guarantee you, once this card gets nerfed, many other decks are gonna like float up the tiers and are gonna be played way more. Okay, now I think is the time that we go wide. Let's see how much mana we have here. So we need 1 here. So we go this. You know, this is a little unfortunate here. Maybe I should not play this, but we're gonna tap, or we're gonna trade into this. Get that down to 2. 1. Maybe we'll get something crazy off of this. Like, we're just kind of seeing what we get here. Yeah, that's unfortunate. It's fine. The only downside to when it comes to ranking up again is that you're only going to be playing against, you know, the Pure Paladin and the Frost Aggro decks. And sometimes you'll run into Dagger Rogue here. But, I mean, the most... Let me see if I can pull this up. Like, if you look here... Like, look at the games played for Undead Priest, Pure Paladin, Frost Death Knight, Undead Priest. Like, they're so high that, like, there's just nothing else that you're ever going to play against. Oh, there's the Zoc Druid back. Starting to come back up again. Like, even still, like, the win rates are just kind of all over. They need a better balance patch, because it's just kind of eh right now. I'm gonna see about changing up the deck though. That's what we gotta do, is adapt. Let's see, where is it at? I don't need 2 Famished Fools here. Especially if we're gonna be trying to go for the Mana Totem, or the Manatide Totem off of this. Yeah, I like everything here. we could probably add Jam Session in to be a little bit more aggressive, but maybe not. Maybe not. What is a good rogue deck to climb up with? Well, there's a couple things that you could do with rogue. The biggest one is, doing the concoction rogue, where you just, kind of outvalue your opponent with the totems and or the concoctions and everything like that. Play that and then list. You could also play Jackpot as well, which isn't too bad to do. I think Mic Drop should be in every single rogue deck. Just because it draws you 2 cards for 3 mana, and then you have the chance of buffing per weapon. That's just such a good card as well. Plagiarizar, I played this in Priest, and it doesn't feel too bad. You might be able to, stick it into a rogue list, and it'd feel pretty good, I think. You could also, do a deck with the Sinful Grave. You could do like a combo. Area Totem might be helpful. Jukebox Totem, yeah. Here, we'll look at that in a second. We'll finish making this list. If you have Draka, this is kind of like a unexpected card sometimes, especially if you're playing like the combo rogue. Like here, let me see if I can pull up a better list instead of just one that I'm just clicking around on. So one list is right here. This is a Dagger Rogue, which is the first game that we played against. Well, second game, technically speaking, not outside the wild game. But this is a really cheap deck that you could actually play. Like, it's all commons and rares, and so this is a really good free to play deck for you guys to play. But like, aside from this, like, it's pretty all in, and sometimes you have to, really understand matchups and decisions on how to do it. Like, I have a video on it you guys can watch. I'm not the best rogue player. Like, I don't even have that many wins with rogue. Like, I don't ever play it. The reason why I started playing it was, I only had like 256 wins with this. Like, I never played any rogue when I was little. Like, I only played like shaman, warlock, priest, warrior, and like paladin. Those are really the only decks that I ever like to play, which makes it hard to make videos because those are the decks that I understand the most and just, are better with in general. But another list that's kind of worth checking out, which I feel is a little bit more consistent, is the Miracle Rogue version. So here, we'll pull this list up right here. So this one's obviously a lot more expensive because it has a lot of legendaries in it. But if you're low on dust and you don't have a lot of dust to spend on anything, I would go with the Dagger Rogue. If you have these legendaries and other stuff, this is also a really solid list. Just like the amount of value you're going to be getting is just pretty solid. And looking at the list, I mean, you could probably cut this out because this has been nerfed a couple times now. It's a 7 mana 4/4, but it costs 1 for each card you play each turn. It's very rare for you to play 7 cards in a turn sometimes. Like, you're lucky and you have prep into shadow step, like, those turns. You might be able to make it happen, but you could probably cut that out for cut out scribbling. Like, there's times when it's like really good to have it, but I really like this card. It's not too bad. Being able to get a copy of some card from your opponent's deck. Like, when I was playing Priest, I got like double Naga Giant off of this from a big warrior, and since I was playing the like control overheal Priest, it was a good card for me to get, and I was able to drop down 0/8/8. So like, imagine playing this with Rogue and you're able to bounce this back with Shadow Step. Like, I think it's pretty solid to like play this card. You saw the video? Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm not that big of a fan of Rogue, but I did play some Kingsbane Rogue in Wild, and it's all right. I want to play like the pirate version with it in it, but I'm missing patches, and I have 2,000 dust right here, but I don't really want to go out of my way to craft patches, because it's really like, a single-minded type of card. I want to craft something in Wild that, could be played in every single deck that I want to play, But Dagger Rogue and this Rogue right here is probably the better ones you could play. But yeah, another thing that I kind of want to show you guys here is this Death Rattle Death Knight that I came up with. I'm not really sure if this is even worth playing or if it's good enough, but I noticed that like they added the Yelling Yodeler, and it's a 4-mana 3/4. You know, it triggers to Death Rattle twice, and so clearly it's like a cage head card, right? And I was trying to like come up with a deck that made sense for that to happen, and I haven't tried it out yet, but I might want to try this out on the stream here. What's your thoughts on Dude Paladin? I think Dude Paladin's not too bad, actually. It didn't get any support at all, except for the jukebox, but it's not worth playing jukebox just to have more paladins, or to have the more of the little dudes. But here, let me see if I can pull up the list for it here, because I know the list actually changed a little bit compared to a couple seasons ago. Yeah, that list specifically is sitting up at around a 66% win rate. The only problem is so many decks have a lot of like early game removal that the pure paladin list is just a tad bit better because you have all the divine shield stuff, but it's basically the same thing. You just you play the War Train and play Stand Against Darkness, and then you have Blood Crusader here, which I really don't think Blood Crusader is actually really necessary, especially if you're going to be playing a lot of Seal of Blood and your HP is going to be low. But the deck works, and it's slightly cheaper than the other pure paladin list too, I think, because you have a lot of commons in here too. But the reason why pure paladin's like one of the most played decks is because it's cheap to play, and that, you know, the weapon is a common. If the weapon was like an epic, it might be a little bit harder to play because, you know, it costs a little bit more to play it. But yeah, they don't even play the Disco Maw in here, even though it's a Dude Paladin. You're just trying to beat them down with the War Trainer here and Stand Against Darkness. You're basically buffing them up and doing that. Yeah, Dancing Paladin. I really like Dancing Paladin. I've been trying to figure out a list with it to add the location, because looking at the list, like, it already feels pretty solidified, and that's like the down part to it. Because like you want to play Feast and Famine, you want to play Holy Maki Roll, and then like you could add that in. You want the equality. Oh, where's the other card at? Content Create. You also want Hammer of Wrath because of the draw. Service Bell, like, honestly, like, Service Bell is an insane card that's like underestimated for Paladin. Like, it's only played with the like with Big Paladin, but like even like with like Dragon Paladin, it's pretty solid, I think. But here, let's see here. Let's get all the cards for it. Oh no, not that one. Kangor. And like I'm pretty sure like Leviathan, even Tyrion's not bad to run. Frontline's not bad. Then what was the other card that you're playing? I believe Ziliax was the other one. Definitely wanted that one. War Rider was one of them. The Flesh Behemoth. Upaton Stowe General. Oh, what was the other card that I was running with it? The new Paladin weapon, Spank's Big Warrior decks. Oh yeah, the 6-mana form of the Windlord. Yeah, like when I was looking at this card, I'm like, this card's insane just because of where's it at? Just because of this card here, giving your hero +2 attack with that weapon, you're able to deal 10 damage twice. Like if you have this 2 turns in a row, like that's crazy. That's already 20 damage right there. Good thing that there's no other like weapon buff in Paladin, because that card would probably be a problem. They'd have to nerf it, I think. But here, let me compare this to a different Dancing Paladin list here. Oh, what are the other lists here? And I don't really like any of these ones. Oh, I was feeling Thaddeus. Yeah. We'll pick this list. I think I'll be able to actually make changes to this list here. Yeah, they run Rag, but I don't like Rag anymore. Like, Rag's okay if you're able to cheat it out really, really early just because of the lifesteal effects, but like, They cut one front line. Anoia Trupe we don't need. This one plays Flash of Light. Okay. Oh, but they don't play Holy Mackie Roll. I don't know. I feel like it's just you need the. Maybe the draw makes a little bit more sense than the Holy Mackie Roll here. Maybe this would be how you'd play a Dance Paladin with the new dance floor here. I definitely felt like they could have made this card cost 1 mana. Because like all the other new like secondary locations, you know, cost 1, but they made this one cost 2. Or they could have made it like have 3 durability here. I always, when like looking at new cards, always like want too much out of it too. That's another problem. But like this card's pretty solid. It's balanced. I don't think it's bad by any means. This one also plays Lead Dancer. I don't like having Lead Dancer in here. You know, no point to having Lead Dancer here. You know, maybe you could actually probably throw in one Horn of the Windlord here just to try it out. But the reason why you don't want to play the Lead Dancer in here is because Service Spell could sometimes automatically get you Angor. It could also get you your double Consecration, double Equality when you need it, or even double Dance Floor. And so just having that option is a little bit better than getting this. Like this costs 6, while Kangor costs 5. Like they should have made this card like cost this costs 4 or something, so you're able to like curve out perfectly with it. Cold Feet worth running in a Dancing Paladin? Oh, I mean, somewhat. Like, I don't think like there's really a thing like if because it's basically like Rebuke, but for minions, right? Here, let's see if I have it in Wild. I'm not even sure if I do. I don't have every card in Wild, sadly. Where's it at? Yeah, Rebuke. Enemy spells cost 5 more next turn. And then where's the other one at? We'll just go to 2 mana. Enemy minions cost 5 more. I mean, if you really think about this, if you're playing this on turn 2 or on turn 4, against what decks would that actually like be a big effect against? Like, what would it? Somewhat. I mean, I could see running like maybe 1 copy, but like the problem with it is like you're playing Service Spell in order to get to your exact specific Paladin cards, because for the most part you're going to be drawing all these big minions, and the moment that you top deck Service Spell, you're going to need to, you know, play it to get your Consecration, your Equality, like something to like tie at the end so you don't lose the matchup very easy. Oh yeah, the 10 mana 8/8. Yeah, you're right. That's the other card that should go into the list. There's so many different versions of Big Paladin that's running around that, you know, can be used. Like it's like not a bad deck by any means. Let's convert it back to standard though. You know, maybe Horn of the Windlord would make sense to play in here because you're able to remove specific things. The only problem is if you need to trade into a smaller guy, it's getting it's gonna get buffed up and you're gonna be taking more damage that way. Maybe if you ran like the one legendary spell that basically replaced Cariel, the Starlight Groove, so you could, you know, have Divine Shield whenever you wanted to trade, which wouldn't be too bad. You do play like only holy spells in this list, so there's not too many. Over that instead of Rag and Tyrion. I like Tyrion because of the taunt Divine Shield. Because your only other taunt is Flesh Behemoth, and it's only going to be pulling your Thaddeus here. There's no other undead except for Rivendare as well. I don't know. It's weird. It's like it's one of those decks where like it's never going to be perfect unless you play like a 35 card version of it, right? Then that's just, or the 40 card version, I mean. That's just gonna be too much, and you're never gonna draw a single card that you need. But yeah, maybe you'd probably cut Tyrion before you'd cut Rag from the list, in all honesty. And I think you really only need front lines, like you only need 1 copy of it. Like there are some times when it makes sense you could play 2, but for the most part, by that time you're at turn 9, you're already hoping to win the game. Yeah, maybe don't play Horn of Winter at all just because of the True Silver Champion. Like, or maybe go 1-1. Or something like that, maybe. Isn't there a spell that draws a minion and restores HP? Don't remember if there is one or not. No, am I just dreaming about that? I might be doing that. That might have been a card that rotated out. I'm not really sure. But yeah, no, this is not like a terrible list. You could also like consider running Sea Guide in here as well. Like if you really want to have a little bit more consistency in the way you open up, you'd probably take out Horn of Winter and add in Sea Guide here. So if you open up really poorly, you just play Finley and just hopefully get what you need. This is probably the type of list. This is probably the flex card that you'd want to decide if you want or not in the list, but it's not that bad of a deck. Like you could definitely play it. It's not worth like you can probably play it right now and get some like ranks with it just early on from people just playing decks for fun. But the people that are like really like hard grinding, trying to get the legend like on day one, they're gonna be playing the undead priest. They're gonna be playing all the other, you know, wacky decks. But actually I want to change something. Because the undead stuff, I really like Fanboy, and I think it'd be worth playing in an undead deck just for the ability alone. Like I think that's pretty solid. Let's see here. We want Mind Seer. I'm also surprised Haunting Nightmare is not a card anymore for like you don't see it in any of the lists now, which is kind of surprising. Play that. Grave digging's fine. Let's see here. Banshee's a card. I think Arms Dealer's a card. Egg. I'd probably run a list like this with Fanboy as well, because now your guys are going to be able to stick a little bit better, and you have lifesteal options too, which is kind of crazy for it. But this is probably how I'd play Undead Priest now. Yeah, I don't think there'd be any other. You can maybe cut out one Undying Ally and add in like the Haunting Nightmare, because I still really like this card. Like the amount of like 4/3s you could get, pretty solid. And like, you know, you play a card and you get value from playing the card, you're always gonna be getting a 4/3. Like that's pretty good. But that's just something I want to make note of here. What decks do you guys want to see be played right now? Do you guys want to continue with the Evolve Shaman? I guess I never found a card to replace for the One Famous Fool yet. We should probably do that here. No, we could just add in the new card. We could add in Horn and see how it is. No Pozic for the Evolve Shaman list. I mean, you could run Pozic in here. The only problem with it is, you know, if they play the two 3/3s, the audio bots, like it makes sense. Like if you're able to get them on your side and you're able to evolve them, that's pretty good value. But like the chances of that happening is pretty low, and you really just don't want to get any of the 4-drops. Oh, an Undead Priest. Yeah, you're right. I kind of forgot about Pozic and Undead Priest. Yeah, then it'd probably just be the one Fanboy here. I do think it's a good, it's a solid card to play. Yeah, I'd probably be like this then. I don't know. Is there any other card that I'm forgetting for the list? You can maybe like try and cut out like a good majority of the spells, like only run Shadow Word, Undead. Take out Grave Digging, take out Mind Seer, and then play Magatha too. Yeah. Oh, don't think so. It's just a thought. I mean, I really like Magatha. Like, I have this Magatha mech paladin that I'm planning on playing at some point. Because you only play radio or radar detector. And so, you know, being able to draw 5 guys is pretty solid. I have a mech mage video coming out today. Here in like 15-20 minutes, I think. And it's Magatha mech mage, and all the games were pretty bad in all honesty. I just had really poor matchups, but like how often I was able to drop down Magatha was actually pretty crazy, and it felt pretty good. And I never gave them a spell once, so I think Magatha is definitely like a card to consider for any type of like aggro deck. Really, it's really good. Then I did make a secret mage deck too. For the new costume singer. If you guys want to see some wild decks today too, I could do that. I do want to play like wild mage or wild secret mage with this card, because that's definitely like an S tier card for wild mage, which is pretty crazy. Here, let's go back here, because I know I made a list over the wild priest, or not the priest, the mage. It did okay U wise, but maybe we could do another list and see how it does. Don't remember if I played this. No, we want that card there. Is Magra the new Posic? I mean, you could... I would say the power levels are very different in the aspect of what they do, because, you know, there's a lot of pressure when Posic gets played, but Magatha could then, you know, what is the word? It's a reload card, right? And so sometimes if you're playing against a mirror matchup and you run out of your stuff first and your opponent doesn't, you just lose. But if you're able to refill your hand and, you know, have that like continued value, you just overall win the game that way too. So I think they're both like defining for a specific deck, but not to the extent of where it's like really, really crazy in that way, if that makes sense. You know, I think we played volume up in this list. I don't remember what exactly I was playing for this one. We played that. You know, I'll just go pull up my other list. I have it here somewhere. Okay. I'll add that one right here. Okay, let's see here. What to take out? I think the Arcanist could be taken out now, just because this basically does the same thing. You're able to draw a card. Right? Is it, you know, let's see, it draws a secret. This at the end of your turn draws a secret. So you're able to get a secret a little bit sooner. This list doesn't even play. This might be fine. I kind of like having Ice Block in the list as well, just, you know, the off chance for certain matchups. We'll need it, but, you know, this is a, you know, potential there. Let's see, did I add a card to this? Oh yeah, we add Horn of Winter. Yeah, we'll try, or the Wind Lord, yeah, we'll try this out. We'll play another game with Evolve Shaman here. And not playing Wild. Yeah, it's a pretty solid card to have in the aggro decks. But it's the downside is it's a legendary. If it had that like that line for an epic or even a rare, that'd be one of the most broken cards in the game. But because you only have one copy of it in your deck, you're not going to be consistently drawing it, which is the downside to Magatha, and why it's like, you know, you probably, you know, get away with playing it. Against Priest, is it actually worth to keep the Jive Insect early on? Might not be too bad actually. Priest, this might be Undead Priest, so if that's the case, then we should probably get rid of it, because we're gonna need a better card. Okay, Undead Priest. Do not love this matchup at all. You know, there might be a chance I could outvalue them if we get like the Jukebox Totem and get those 1/1 guys. Like, I think that might be like one scenario why that might actually kind of work. Yeah, it's the downside of the legendary. My biggest thing is, like, I know in some of my videos I'll talk about it, but like, or my Brawl Easium or whatever, how you pronounce it, the special like arena thing that you could do for 1,000 gold. Like in that video, I played Pure Paladin, which clearly Pure Paladin was not like the best deck to play for it. Like if you played any control deck, you'd have been better off playing it, you know. But in all reality, I didn't really care about the skins. I just played it to, you know, play it. Oh, there it is. You know, actually, it might be better to put my Oil Wave here. You know, actually, I think I'm okay. I'm gonna wait. We're gonna try and get some value off of this first. But if you're a free-to-play player, you should always be saving up your gold. Why is Jive Insect run over stuff like Bloodlust? Isn't it kind of inconsistent? Yes and no. So the reason for that is that there are some scenarios where you might get it cheaper, like down to 4/3 mana sometimes. There are minions that you could discover that could, you know, reduce stuff in the deck to make it a little bit cheaper, but the times against certain decks, like in this moment, if I had Jive Insect on turn 4 and I was able to, you know, make this into an 8/8 rag, and it would be able to hit right here, and then I'd be able to trade right here or something like that, you know, just like the ways it's able to remove stuff like instantly. Of course, there's the off chance that hits face, right? But on turn 4, on turn 5, sometimes against specific decks like Undead Priest that doesn't have like direct removal aside from the 5 mana spell that removes stuff, like that deals 2 twice, and Mines here, which won't even kill Rag. It's just significantly better to play in that regard. Okay, so what's the worst card here? It's definitely the Shadow Ascendant. We should probably trade here. Like like what you could do, you could probably take this card out and play Bloodlust. The off chance that you're able to have a full board and win that way. This card is I'm just playing it because it's a new card just to try it out, you know. It's definitely a better for Paladin than it is for Shaman, but you know, might as well try it out. But yeah, Jive Insect is just, sometimes it can win games, sometimes it's not worth keeping in the hand. You know, it's one of those scenarios. Aslar's not too bad. We play Aslar, ping right there, trade there. That's gonna get up to a 4/4, which is okay to do. Or we could Primordial Wave here too, but we know he has one card. We have 2 cards in his mulligan hand here. I want to save the primordial wave for when he drops down the shadowed spirits, because I don't want to be taking that extra 3 damage, especially if he like has undying allies with that too. Like we have to save this for that moment.
Of the arcane enlightens us.
2 more, that's a 4, that's 3, and that's a 3. I might actually want to try and play this card right now and see if we could try and get like a decent board out of it instead of trading, but there is a chance where this might just be a bad thing to do. It's probably better just to trade here. Oh, I forgot it's a 5/4 now because it's a 2/1 buff, not a 1/1. Okay, hopefully that's fine. We could always play the Windlord and change that to a 3/3 and trade into it. But back to what I was saying about the brawl thing. There is a shadow spirit that I was talking about. And pack the house, which is not bad. Okay, well, I mean, the hard thing about Primordial Wave here is that you always have to like trade, but like the off chance that we're able to play this and it reduces stuff to you're able to trade, you can't attack into it, and I don't like that. But this is probably the turn where we're gonna like drop down a bunch of this stuff and start, you know, evolving stuff here. So we might go tap, play this into Convincing Disguise, and that might not be too bad.
Arcane bolt.
Oh, that's such a good card to get. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. We get to draw a card too. That's not too bad either.
Job's done.
Oh, it doesn't allow me to draw a card. I casted it on a minion. Oh, that's stupid. Keywords for this card. This is why this card's never played. But good lord. Maybe I should have saved that. Who knows? But, you know, that's pretty good for them to, you know, reduce all that right there. Since, you know... Yeah, look at that. That's all they could do. What are they going to play? Oh, Plague Spreader. Okay. Well, now's the time to play Pack the House, because this is not a scary board whatsoever. Hopefully we get some... Oh, that's such a good card. Yeah, we'll start buffing some stuff up. You know, it's probably better to trade here, but I really don't want any of this stuff to get transformed at all. I'll do this, and I'll poke right there. And that's also going to trade. That's fine. You could have went face there with both of the guys there, but I don't think it really mattered. Because we're just buffing this up. Because a 5-mana 8/8, that's going to give us armor. That's solid as is. But back to what I was saying, the brawl stuff, like, you could play that and, you know, potentially get your gold back. And potentially, you know, get some packs and some other legendaries that you're missing. But that comes around, like, not very often. And it's also, like, the most competitive, like, thing on here, aside from, like, esports. And, like, it's not very, you know, worth the gold, worth the money. Like, it's $10 just to play one game, or to play one round of it. Not worth doing. Do we just have lethal here? That's 3. Oh, and we have this too. It should definitely be lethal. Yeah. Beat Undead Priest with the list. Look at that. And this helped us win the game, even though I'm pretty sure we already had lethal with everything else. Like, I had a lot of people commenting on the videos about, like, misplays and stuff like that I was doing. Like, you know, quote-unquote misplays. And I could go over the whole video and explain the reasonings to why certain plays happen. And to, like, kind of give, like, a little FYI, like, I play competitive esports for Hearthstone. I'm a national qualified champion for Hearthstone. And I've been playing this game since I was 8. And I've played it, you know, consistently all those years. Ooh, he's got the new Death Knight skin. Oh, I need to add it into the rotation for it. But people don't understand sometimes where if you have a 3/2 and there's really no inherent value for it to be on the board except for getting rid of a minion to then transform to a 4/5, you're upgrading the stats no matter what. It doesn't really ever you know, come down to... Ooh, let's see here. Famous Fool, Schooling, yeah, it's fine. It doesn't really ever come down. Like, yeah, Backstage Bouncer. This is like one of the best cards I added into the mini set. And being able to transform any minion that has less stats than this into a 4/5 with taunt is better than not doing that. Like, that's my whole point with everything with that. We're going to do this now. We're going to play Schooling here. We already know this is a Frost aggro. I've been able to beat this, but it can be rough. I think in my video I played against two of these two Frost aggros and we beat them, or maybe it was one Unholy and one Frost. And like something else to kind of realize and note with this, like when it comes to like transforming stuff with your Backstage Bouncer, it's okay to do it to any of your totems because we're not really playing a whole, you know, totem package. Like this isn't Totem Shaman that's also running Backstage Bouncer. And so even though you want your totems to have value, there's no point, you know, when it comes to that. Like we're going to be copying, we're going to be transforming anything that works, transform it. And that's the thing that I don't understand why people don't see it that way. Like next turn, we're going to play the Backstage Bouncer and we're either going to transform one of these taunts or we're going to transform the other totem that we get here. It really just depends on what we get. But this card is such a solidifying card for some matchups. It's crazy. That's fine. He's really not doing too much to us, which I'm a little surprised about. There's a stereo totem. It's not too bad.
Hey.
Hey, let's think about it. Turn 5, what can they do? They could play their Saurian. They've already played both their Bone Breakers. They have... Oh, their Harbinger of Winter was created, so... Okay, we'll do this. And we'll do it like that. That's pretty solid as is. Like, imagine on turn 4 having 2 4/5 taunts. Like, that's pretty hard to get over, I think. And we only have to infuse one more time before we could get this ready. Not bad. I'm also pretty happy my stream's not crashing anymore, or at least it hasn't crashed so far. This is typically around the time that it decides to crash, about an hour and 10 minutes into it. We'll see if that happens, but it seems like everything's working pretty well. I had to change my overlay that I was using because I was using Streamlabs, so now I'm using OBS instead. And it seems to be working a little bit better. Ooh, how do I want to do this? Probably going to be playing the Swarmers here. We can get some even trades into here. We'll go, yeah, 3 and 2. Poke there. And we'll go here and here. Now, when it comes to using the Muck Pool, it's always better to go for the thing that's about to die rather than going for the thing that could potentially be a 7 cost minion, because having these solidify stuff here is just better. And that's a pretty solid card to get. Like, we don't even have any burst damage in the deck, but like if we did, getting that, it's insane. Yeah, look at that. Nothing gets removed. They could trade into that, but that doesn't affect us in any way. Is this flame tongue totem? Okay, well, here's what we could do. I might want to draw here. I also might want to play this and go wide. I'll play it this way so we could trade and do all that stuff that way. Okay, so their turn 7 is going to happen. They can Frostworm Fury here, which they've only gotten one Frostspell here. They haven't really done too much else. They've already played one Horde Winter. They can have the Frigidara, which would actually be pretty bad. It might be worth just doing this now. Man, this is a downside. Like, so many cards cost so much and you're just losing stats, but the 5/9 is a little bit better here. Horde of the Windlord's not bad here, but we could play this here. Draw some other cards. Ooh, another taunt. That's perfect. I'm gonna evolve this up here. 4/4 is alright.
No excuse for bad manners.
Okay, you have the other one. That's fine.
Close enough.
You know, what are the chances that we get something crazy off of this? Like, potentially, you know? I'll do this now and see what happens with it. That's alright. Did we lose here, though? That's 3, 3, 1. Ooh, we actually might lose.
Anybody?
What does this card do? Takes 1 damage to destroy it. Where you could find more shaman cards. That's a... You're not able to find shaman cards, if that makes sense. Like, you're gonna have to open up packs to get them. If you ever see like a shaman like portrait in the store, sometimes there'll be like 5 like shaman exclusive packs, but there's not really any way to like specifically
Anybody?
but which season? Oh, like which expansion has the best set? Here, after this game I'll show you. Because, you know, it kind of fell off over... Oh, do I just lose here? Hold up. That's 4. Oh, no, I shouldn't. Because he already attacked with those guys, right? Oh, we got Obliterate. Oh, so we lose. Oh, well. Oh, okay, the penguin. I was about to say, what is he doing? Okay. Well, it was a good thing he got Obliterate there. I was kind of surprised he got that, but it's whatever. Got 18 cards out of the 30 for it. Okay. Here, so let's look at the shaman class real quick. So going down by like all the new cards and everything like that, like the why does it want to do that? Festival. So it's really good to invest in the most recent set because of stuff like Jam Session, Backstage Bouncer, Remix Totem Carver, and these are all like just rares and commons, and these will instantly make your shaman deck a lot better. Altered Chord's actually not really bad either, because it deals 6 and it also has lifesteal. Back the House is not a bad card either. Even like we had a game that we won with Horn of the Windlord too. It's not too bad either. But set wise, Festival of Legends is pretty good. The Lich King, we didn't really have too many things that were good, because a lot of the big shaman support kind of rotated out. But you could play big shaman, but it's a lot of like legendaries in it. So if you don't have legendaries, it's not worth playing. And it's also not very consistent either. Oh, not that. Castle Nathria. Oh, where's Shaman at? This is the other set to really invest in here, is Castle of Nathria. You have the whole Evolve package here. So you have this card, which is part of the Evolve deck. Carving Chisel is like one of the best weapons Shaman ever has, aside from the wild version, where I'll show it to you real quick here. Splitting Axe is also like one of the other best weapons, being able to summon copies of your totems too. But yeah, Primordial Wave is like one of the best like removals for Shaman and Standard right now. Well, like not removals, but you know, transforms into minions and minions that cost 1 less, and yours also get buffed up by 1. This is a really solid legendary as well. Stone Knight's really good for Totem Shaman. Gigaton Totem or the Gigan Totem is really solid as well. But those are like really the only cards that like, even this for like pure Totem Shaman. Oh, you're missing the Stone Right? Yeah, you don't need the Stone Right if you're planning on playing Totem Shaman, you should probably add this to the list. And so if you have the mana to craft it, it's probably an okay craft. Like, it's one of those things where it's like very specific. And to give you an idea, like you have 1 more set, 2 more sets before it gets rotated out. So it's an all right investment to make. And then Sunken City, Schooling's a really good card. Anchored Totem's a really good card. And that's really about it. Like Nepluton's good too, but you're not really gonna be playing it in like a Totem Shaman or even Evolve Shaman. And Glug, the Leviathan or the Colossal Minion, is not bad at all. But it's not like, you could probably play this in the Evolve deck, but for the most part you want to be getting its effect off and not changing its effect at all. But it would definitely be oh, where's it at? Castle Nathria, then the Festival of Legends. Those are the 2 sets you should invest in. For Shaman specifically. If there's any other like, you know, list. Yeah, so if you're able to get pure Paladin, you're probably set for that for the most part. Yeah, pure Paladin's like basically free to play except for like 2 legendaries, and then they're both worth crafting because they're both moderately new legendaries too. Yeah, it's getting boring. Yeah, that's how I feel. If you have the cards for it, you should definitely try out like Dragon Paladin. Because the dancing disc or the dancing floor is actually pretty solid for the whole list. Why? Oh, standard. You have dancing floor. Got gold 4 and 3 days with it. Nice, okay. But, you know, a lot of this stuff right here is pretty cheap. Like, you don't even have to play Ennochronos. Like, this is not that good of a dragon in all reality. And, you know, if you have these cards right here, these are all not bad stuff to play right here. Like, you can play Dragon Paladin and have some pretty fun with it. Try Disco Paladin, the Silver Light Paladin, the Silver Hand Paladin. Yeah, I mean, the big Paladin's all right. The Disco, the Disco Mall Paladin. Like, you could add the Disco Mall to this. That as well. Yeah, Silverhand. Yeah, Silverhand Paladin's not bad either. It's just Paladin as a class is pretty boring because it's one of the most played decks right now. And until they nerf Disco Mall, the class is going to fall off. Yeah, everyone counters Paladin because it's the most played class. Like here, let me show you right here. We'll move this right here. These are the 2 most played decks right now. Look at this. Over 100,000 games played for Undead Priest. 73,000 for Pure Paladin. And that's just for that specific list too. Like this, the most generic Pure Paladin list right here. That's the amount of games it has, which is crazy. And then if you really want to like, you know, go into it, these are all the possible Paladin lists right here. Pure Paladin, Silverhand Paladin, Mech Paladin. Look at the amount of games played. Like this is how you know there's a class that is like at a power creep right now that needs to be touched. Like needs to be nerfed, something needs to be changed. Another patch notes, like there's so many other decks that are being able to play it that work. Like everything has above 50% win rate. And this specific list right here has 71% win rate, but I don't think that's really true. I don't really like the mid-range version very much. Then like look here, Dragon Paladin, 61%, but only 1,800 games played. Like you should definitely try and play a Dragon Paladin list. Like this is a pure version of it too, which isn't too bad. I feel like this list could be adjusted, but it's not bad. Then there's Bubble Paladin too. We just play a bunch of Divine Shield minion guys. Alright, but like, you know, Paladin does get a little boring after a while. That's why I really like the Shaman Evolved deck that I'm playing. So if you want to play a new deck, I think Evolved Shaman's not too bad to try out. And we know that there's probably going to be another patch coming here soon because of the mini expansion. And so you could only assume that Shaman's either going to get better or it's going to stay the same. Because there's no way they can nerf it because it's not one of the most played classes either. So if you even go to here, go to trending. Or not trending, yeah. You could see like what the most, like the rising decks of the last 48 hours, which is, you know. Yeah, but the thing is, that's like low bronze rank. Like if you win all those games in low bronze, that's fine. It's one of those things where if you're able to get those easy wins and build up the win streak and get more stars for every level up, that's when, you know, it's worth doing, especially early on. Is why you want to play like the best deck right out the gate, so you could try and, because like you could hit Diamond 5 in like less than 5 hours. You play one deck and you win all of your games. I've done that before, but I don't really like doing that. I like to just mess around for a little bit. But yeah, like these are the most like the rising decks. Yeah, well, Demon Hunter was nerfed too. It was changed up a bit as well, especially with like Big Demon Hunter. And I mean, for the most part, if you really don't want to play against a Demon Hunter, play a 40 card version of any deck. Like you can play Control Priest and win against the Demon Hunter list. Control Priest can be beat. You could play Death Knight. Death Knight's the solution for that. Even with their whole change to their hero stuff, you could still play Death Knight and win majority of the matches against control decks. Which, I mean, you'd have to play Blood, but it doesn't really matter. You could play Control Paladin. Control Paladin has not been a thing for a while now. You could play Control Paladin and be fine. You could play Control Warrior and be fine. It's just one of those things where there's too many aggro decks that it doesn't even give any other deck a chance to play. And like you can, you know, yeah, I mean, Death Knight, it's because there's not a lot of cards. Like it's very singular in what everything does. If you want to have fun with it, play Rainbow Death Knight, but it's not good, but it is what it is. But like, just like the amount of like shaman, or not shaman, but like Paladin you see. I mean, these are where everything's at right now, so it's like it's not too bad. Like even Relic Demon Hunter, like I enjoy playing Relic Demon Hunter. Like I don't mind if Demon Hunter goes up and win, and like in usage rate, if I could play Relic Demon Hunter. Like when Relics first came out, I was like, this is like the coolest thing, because like I never played Demon Hunter. I played the Death Battle Demon Hunter before it rotated out, and that was like the only Demon Hunter deck that I ever played. I didn't really ever see like a reason to play anything else, like, or any other version, because I didn't have Xylag or whatever that combo Demon Hunter was. But like Relic Demon Hunter is fun to play, but it's by any means not like a broken deck in any way. Like sometimes you could get your Relic of Phantasms up to like 9/9, 10/10s, but with the amount of like board removals that every deck has now and how crazy some of them are, it kind of evens out the deck in that way. And like they nerfed Nubricon. Like Big Druid is something that you should definitely try and play if you have the cards to do it. Like Big Druid is extremely solid to play. Like I definitely enjoy playing Big Druid. Yeah, even like Outcast Demon Hunter. Where's Outcast Demon Hunter on here? It's not even a top tier deck anymore. Yeah, it's less than a 50% win rate. And like because of like Halveria, Darkraven is not that good of a card. Like if you're able to like get lucky, like with the buff to Consecration, with the buff to Holy Nova, all the other, you know, early game removal stuff that every deck has now, this deck is just not going to get any better unless they go out of the way to nerf or buff all the Outcast stuff, which the Outcast stuff is already good. If anything, if they really want to like adjust Demon Hunter, they should add all the Outcast cards, make them cost one more than what they actually do. then they can't pop off as hard. But that doesn't seem like a thing that they'd ever do, and that would probably kill the class too if that was the case. But, like, it's better. Like, yeah, look at this Overload Shaman. Like, this was the only deck Shaman was able to play, and so me making the Evolve Shaman list and it getting like everyone seeing it, like it has, shoot, I don't even know how many views it has now. Here, let me pull this over here and see how much. It's almost up to 2,000 views. Yeah, almost 2,000 views, which means that's going to be getting exposed, which means more people are going to be playing it, which means that there's eventually going to be, like, you could expect to see Evolve Shaman probably right around Spooky Mage, Miracle Rogue. Like, this is probably where the win percentage is going to sit for it. Yeah, it's outclassed. Like, that's the problem that with, like, certain cards have way, like, are just, Disco Maul is such a powerful card with income, like, with conjunction with everything else. Like, they're the 1 mana 2/1 that has the death rattle that adds the 2/1 once to your hand, and you play 2 copies of those two. Like, it's just like the consistency of how strong that card would be. It's insane. Let's see, what was the missing bronze and service bell? I don't know why there's a thing here in front of my thing. I don't know why that's being to me. Okay, here we go. We'll make it wider so I can see the chat a little bit better. Okay, so if you don't mind, 2 cards, Young Mouse. Okay, well, here's the thing. Why are the bronze, I feel like, is probably like a mildly like necessary card to play for Dragon Paladin, just because you're able to discover a dragon as well as summon up a 5/5 dragon with taunt. So if you were to play, or if you have Dust to Craft, Light of the Bronze over Service Bell would be the better thing to play. I think that would be better to play. How about the 1-cost Holy Spell that heals hero? Holy Maki Roll. This is not a bad card, but the whole thing with, like, there's 2 ways you could go with Dragon Paladin. You could go the control route, where you kind of like you play a mid-range style that caps over with a bunch of like big dragons, or you could go with like more of a aggro mid-range version as well, where you try and cap out like an Amber Watcher. Like, your curve, you want it to be pretty high up, and then you go and sleep down. You want like consistency and minions to stick on the board. And so if you have Time Warden, that's definitely one of the first cards you should invest in if you are going to be playing any type of like Dragon Paladin list. And then if you don't have Goldwing, I mean, always craft Goldwing. If you have a Goldwing, you're able to discover more Goldwings and you have more in your hand. It's just Wind Fury, and the chances of you hitting it with a buff with Disco Maul could just win you the game. You have it? Okay, good. Yeah, I would play that in it. Another thing that, like, Hero Power Druid, this deck got insane power creep too. So like they nerfed Nubricon, so now even like I was playing this, I have a video coming out for this list in like 2 days, I think, or no, tomorrow, not including, or maybe I do, maybe it's coming out today. That's the wrong thing. I don't want to do that. Move that over here. I don't know what day it's coming out, but this is with the popular Pixie being able to refresh your hero power makes the deck insane. Like, I was playing against it and I was playing against it and I had some guys that were able to deal 24 damage in like 1 turn against me with popular Pixie. It's a very crazy card, and definitely changes the playstyle of how you're going to be playing Hero Power Druid, because now Unending Swarm makes sense to play now. And I mean, it's just solid. Like a Nubricon, it's all right now after the nerf. But if you don't already have armor, like, with you, like if you don't already have armor on your hero and you play without any armor, it just feels so bad. Like, if you have a Nubricon, you could probably disenchant it and craft a legendary that's worth, you know, a little bit more of your time. Because like, even with the we pull this over here, let's find a druid. So like, Big Druid is doing like, is one of the best decks to play right now. It's considered tier 1. You guys are able to see that, right? Yeah, okay. And then here, if we look down here, where's another druid deck? Stock Druid, which is like, you know, Nubercon, everything like that, that win percentage went down from like 60 because, you know, before the nerf to Nubercon, that was one of the most played decks ever. It was being played just as much as Pure Paladin, Frost Aggro. Those were the only decks you're playing, and the only deck that I was playing when that was happening was Blood Knight, because Blood Knight was the only deck that was like mildly consistent against it. And even then, like Light Show Mage, that went up in win rate as well. It was right below here. It was worse than Overload Shaman. Same thing with Casino Mage. But like, these are the decks that you should probably be looking to invest in. Face Hunter is always like a sleeper deck that like I don't see anyone ever playing. And I actually did make, I recorded some videos for it, and for some reason my video editor did not want to work for me, and so I could not make any of the couldn't make the video for you guys. But I played another set of Face Hunter, and I got down to Diamond 2 with it, and then I was gonna like upload that, and then I started playing some other decks, and then I dropped back down to Diamond 5. But, you know, it is what it is with like what you could do. Burn Mage as well. At the time, it wasn't used that much until post balance patch. Yeah, like Burn Mage is all right. The problem with it is like your win condition is burst spells. You also don't have like high quality minions, if that makes sense. Like we go down here, we look at it like Light Show Mage, which is like what Burn Mage is considered to be. Like you have some like stuff that's like just very small that doesn't really stick. Like you either win with Astral or you win with Keyboard. Like it's an okay list. Like it could be updated. Like it's just if they buff up this card, if this did not cost 5 mana, this deck would be a lot more, like it would be played way more. And the fact that there's not too many like good arcane spells, like the only arcane spell you're getting is the arcane bolt. Apprentice isn't worth playing because it makes them cost 1, but like it's still not, like there's just too many things happening for the list and too many ideas that it's not even considered a refined deck, if that makes sense. Like you either like Spooky Mage is way better because you have set spells that you want to play with the keyboard, and then you're able to make 4/4s, 6/6s on top of freezing everything, on top of doing all this. But you're shooting face with a spell, and then you're getting like a 2/1 or a 2/2, a 1/1, 3/3. Like you're just, the overall quality of what the deck can do does not compare at all to Spooky Mage or any of the other like control mages. Like DJ Manastorm Mage is way better than this list because there's an idea to the list that has a big output, like damage potential. Like it does way more than what this deck could do. And its best matchup is the worst deck in the game. So that's how you know the deck is trash. And like it doesn't even win against, like it has less than a less than 15% win rate against Face Hunter. Like it's just, it's you know, it's one of those things where, which I'm happy because like, you know, every single time an expansion comes out, Mage is one of the best classes right out the gate, and then it stays that way up until maybe when a new expansion comes out, and it'll be like not seen for like a week, and then it's going to come back and be one of the best decks again. But I really don't mind not seeing a lot of Mage, but Paladin is just too much right now. Yeah, well the problem with that is it costs 10 mana to do that. Like the whole thing with Mage, if it didn't cost 10 mana, this would be a lot better. Like raw math and like what it does, it recasts every single spell. And since Mage has so much generation, this is like a broken legendary. And like, especially in Wild, like Open the Waygate Mage with this is just dumb. But this, like, it's all right. Like I have my DJ Manastorm video on my YouTube. And I mean, I was only able to get the combo off like maybe 2 or 3 times. It's just the problem with it is it's not as consistent, and there's so many aggressive decks that you don't even have a chance to get off the combo. Which that's how you know like there's a little bit of problem with the meta if you're not able to do just one thing that the deck wants to do. Like you can't really like build a deck around anything anymore. Like you're only gonna be playing against Pure Paladin and Unholy and Frost. You might play against Dagger Rogue here and there, or you're gonna play against Control Priest or the Big Warrior. Like those are the decks that you're only gonna be playing with. Yeah, exactly. More value, and that's the problem with it. Like you're only gonna be casting Pyroblast if you have them, and if you're playing against a 40 card deck, you're basically gonna lose unless you copied 4 Fireballs, which I've only been able to do that once, and I played this deck for like a week straight, and I tried recording videos for it, trying to make like a really good video. It's just like it's just a deck that like it's all right. Like I don't even, let me see if I could pull up my win rate for it. I still have it on here, I believe. They don't ever delete my things from my HS replay here. Yeah, less than a 45% win rate with it. And, you know, funny enough, my wins were against Death Knight, Druid, Priest, and a Death Knight. And all those Death Knights were Blood Knights, and I did discover 4 of my spells, but the thing is, I was able to outvalue them just from my Cosmic Keyboard. Like, Cosmic Keyboard is like one of the, such a good weapon for Mage, especially with like Cold Case. Like, the amount of stats you're able to get on turn 4 if you have Cosmic Keyboard on turn 2 is really great. And then on top of that, like the Volume Up, the Fire Sale. But the problem is you have to go ordering into this, like that's just too much to do. And then if you don't beat them in 3 turns, you die. And that's the reason why this is such a low win rate. Like a lot of these games, like I did get to the combo, but then I just didn't have, I just needed 1 more turn to win. And so I died. Like Frost Whisper, if it was like 4 turns or something like that, I think the deck would be like significantly a little bit better. But 5 and 6 is okay against, like, you know, but you could see like most of the stuff I was playing against, like these were aggro, and this was Hero Power Druid. So like it is what it is, but it's not completely bad. Yeah, if it's reduced to 8, I could see it being used a little bit more. Oh, good luck with the Dragon Paladin. It should definitely work like semi decently. If it doesn't work, I could make a more revised deck for you. It's definitely, you know, it's a good thing. But here, what's happening here? I was close to that. Okay. But yeah, if it costs 8 mana, it might be a little bit more consistent. That way you could play, you know, but the problem with it is the cost goes from 1 to 2 and then 3. And so even if it did cost 8, you'd still only be able to play 1 spell, and most of the time that's not going to be able to win you the game. Like you might get off 1 Pyroblast, and then next turn you get 2 and then 3. They could kill you in that turn too. Like if it went down to 7 mana, you'd be able to get off, you know, 20 damage worth of spells, you know, from the 2 Pyroblasts. But, you know, and that means that card would be broken, because on turn 7 you drop it down, have 2 Pyroblasts in your hand, and you win with 20 burst damage. Like it's a hard card to balance. I think it's fine being at 10 mana. Maybe if they made it 9, it'd make a little bit more sense, or maybe if they adjusted the stats, or maybe changed the battle cry. Maybe if they made it to where all your spells in your deck cost 0 and they just stay 0, so the moment you top deck it, you can play it. But, you know, it's weird. Oh yeah, it's definitely exciting playing new decks. I was really excited to play the Evolved Shaman list. I also got the new hero, this one right here. This is by far the cutest mage portrait that they have. Like, I don't even think. Oh, why is it not showing up in my other ones? I don't know why it's not wanting to do that. Oh, here we go. Where is it at? Like, I don't think there's any like really cute ones. Okay, I lied. I like the Murloc ones. I wish I bought this one, but at the time I didn't have money to do that. Balthazar isn't bad. Yeah, that's a pretty cool one.
Are you looking?
But yeah, like Kit, this is by far like the best one. Yeah, it's a fun design. It's really cool. Here, let me go back to my Drew, or the here.
King's champion.
Yeah, so I only got that one. What is this one from?
Shall prevent me from having my revenge.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not anywhere close to getting 1,000 wins with Death Knight at all.
I will seek
Purchasing shop.
By all that is
Yeah, I don't know. I don't like how they make it to where, like, you know, the portraits and stuff like that, you have to like do specific things to get them. Oh, I wish there was a little bit more to it. How long have you been playing for? Because that's a good question, but it kind of depends. Like, to give you an example, if you are ever going to be spending any money on the game, do not buy these random legendaries, because this is not worth anything. Like 15 bucks for 1 gold legendary, or that's actually, how much is this actually? $16 for 1 gold legendary is not worth it at all. But it's, if you're a new player, invest in the most recent set. So Festival of Legends, invest in this set. They do have like special offers for like $20. You get 2 legendaries and like 25 packs. Buy those. Those are the best things you can buy to completing your collection very fast. And then it's honestly just in order of how they go. Like so for like the shaman set that you want to build, Festival Legends, Castle of Nathria are really solid. You've been playing for a year and a half, and how much of the collection do you have completed? I wish they'd bring back the more solo adventures, because like they allow them to have them with gold, but they're all wild now, and when these like sets rotate into standard, you're just gonna get the cards and you don't even have to buy them. It's kind of a waste of money. Like when I was younger, I saved up all, you know, my money to like buy these expansions here, or not the expansions but the adventures, and now I don't even get to really use them unless I play wild. And on top of that, I don't know if you guys know this, but when Wild was first introduced, they said that you're going to be able to keep all the cards. Like, they were just going to give you all the cards for Wild. Like, that's like what the speculation was. And so like, oh, disenchant all your wild cards, you'll get all the dust, and then they're just going to give you all the wild cards. And so, you know, Trump was saying that, Kripparrian was saying that, a lot of the other like big Hearthstone YouTubers were saying that. And so me at like 11 years old, I disenchanted like all my wild cards and all my wild legendaries to craft all the stuff for standard. And they never did that, and so I lost like all my value that I had already like invested in for wild. And so now I don't really have, like, I have a complete standard set, but I don't have anywhere near a complete wild set. Demon Hunter, you have a pretty sizable collection. Yeah, okay, so Demon Hunter is a class where it's kind of mid. Like, the relic stuff is worth playing. The rush package stuff is not really worth it. If you have Lady Sethino, it's not really worth crafting because it's very specific for what you do with it, but like you could use it. Oh, here, let me get out of. So if I were you, Druid, Hunter, and Warrior. Here, let me just show this off real quick here. A lot of the good stuff for Hunter are like commons and rares. You could play it if you invest into Hunter, you'd be getting pretty consistent wins too, and it's more fun to play. Dragonbane's is one that's given to you. King Crush is given to you as well. Okay, what else do you get? This really only legendaries? Eh. Yeah, Face Hunter is worth playing. You could even play the Arcane, like a big beast hunter. You could play like a common version of it. You don't have to play all the big legend. Like you'll get King Crush, but you can play Banjosaur. You don't really need Hydrolodon. Like if you have Hydrolodon, that's all right. You don't have to have Mr. Mukla. You could play Hymeine over it. You could even play the new Hollow Hound. Hollow Hound's not that bad of a card. It's all right, but like if you were to buff up the stats on this thing, this card would be insane. Yeah, Relic is a popular choice. That's right. And then I definitely think Warrior is worth investing in too, especially with Jam Session being new, as well as like remixed Tuning Fork too. Like Enraged Warrior is gonna be pretty good. Yeah, Face Hunter's popular. Yeah, it is. But like legendary wise, like a lot of these legendaries for Warrior has really been bad. Like Boone is amazing. I really love Boone. And like Power Sight is an insane card. Magic Bouncer. Oh, here, you know what? I'll show you a good Warrior deck to invest in right away. Here, we'll build it real quick here. All the Rift stuff for Warrior is definitely worth investing in. Like, it's just such a... They're good now. After the buff to them, they're all good. From the Depths. Force Rift. Actually, we don't need two of those. Boon. You could play it imbued axe, or you could play like if you like this is a common. Technically speaking, it's better to make that than it is to craft this. You could rock with like this version of like a Menagerie Warrior, and this would work too. Like you don't even have to play the. Here, we'll adjust it more. I kind of forgot some cards to it, but like this is like a general idea for what the deck could do. Play Roaring Applause in here too, but like, and then also, you know, the amalgams too. You could add in the amalgams, but like, here, let's really look at this. How do we want to play this? You'd probably, you know, play. Can you put the list of this deck somewhere? For the Menagerie Warrior, you want that list? Because I could copy and paste the deck code in the chat for you guys, but this is not the best list here. Let me find the other list I was using. Because another one of my popular videos was my one of my Menagerie Warriors, and it's pretty solid. Is this it? No, that's the big warrior. No, that's not it. Where is it at? This one. Okay. Yeah, Party Animal 2. This one you just made. Yeah, I could do that. Here, let me find the actual list that I was wanting to do. Yeah, so my Mech Mage video just came out, so you could go watch that too. Later, of course. But I believe all the games in there were losses, but it's still, you know, a pretty solid deck to try. One of the totems. Which totem are you talking about? Is the... I mean, Jam Session is like the other card. I don't think there's any other totem in Warrior. Maybe it'd be the basis or the... Where is it at? Oh yeah, the stereo totem. Yeah, I mean it works. The problem with it is it has 0 attack, so you're not really with the one amalgam band. Yeah. Here, let me find the video I was talking about, and I'll show you that list there, because I like that list a little bit more. Oh, did I go past it already? Where is it at? Here it is. Yeah, the neutral totem. Yeah, this is the list I would play for a Menagerie Warrior right here. Got Clicklocker, Mistake, Mermy, Razorfin. You have all these cards right here. They're not bad. Now, like looking at this list and with all the new stuff they just recently added in, you could probably make adjustments to it. Like it's pretty big. The Murloc package in Menagerie Warrior is really solid. Like I'd probably take out. I really want to play Backstage Bouncer in the list too, but it's hard to like push it up to like a you don't want it to be a 40 card deck because that's just kind of burns you out here. But playing Black Rock and Roll with the Jailer, you have the Tony combo here. You have the Amalgam Band, you have Ziliax, you have all these really good stuff to it. Like this is the best version of Menagerie Warrior that I found. And this was after like a month of the new expansion came out, and I was winning a lot of games with this list. But I'll copy this and I'll post this right here for you guys. Oh, is it not wanting to do it for me? Does this thing have a limited amount of chat? Like that's... Oh, that's dumb. Okay, 1 second here. We have to do it a little bit differently. Let's see if this works. I don't know why. It seems like the chat on here has like limited amount that I could say. We'll add this. Okay. There's the... Hopefully the... Do that. Oh, thank you for subscribing. So I believe for the deck code on here, one of the hashtags on the bottom or the top may or not be part of the actual code, but try that. And that should work. And this is the most updated list with a backstage bouncer in here. Of course, this list is expensive. You have the Jailer, the One Amalgam Band, and Tony. So if you don't have those cards, or even Black Rock and Roll, it's okay. But the rest of it's a good core. If you don't have any of these legendaries, add in a second backstage bouncer, and then add in where is it at? Jam sessions to the deck. You could also add in Imbued Axe. Like those would be really, really good. Just as a core as well. But if you guys want to see this list, we could play this too. Let's see. Menagerie. We could try out this list right here if you guys want to see some gameplay on this. Also, wait a second. I'm kind of curious. Are you able to upgrade stuff to signature art? Because I want to get the One Amalgam Band as the signature art. I know you could open it, but like, okay, it doesn't let you do that. That's lame. Okay, well, yeah, you'd like to see gameplay on it? Okay, yeah, we could play it. I'll show you guys how to play it. Yeah, you don't have legendaries? Okay, that's perfectly fine. Add in the cards that I said for the list, and it would still work just the same. The only thing with it is that after you kind of topple out, like against the control decks, the Jailer's kind of unexpected. Same thing with the with Tony. Like people don't expect that. Priest is the worst thing you could go up against with this deck though, especially if it's a control priest. If they have Whirlpool, it just feels kind of bad. But since this is a custom deck, if you're playing it with the deck tracker, it's not going to give you any mulligan guide. But I'll try and like explain it the best as I can with what you should keep. Roaring Applause is something that you always want to keep because it's your only sense of draw in the deck. You can play the Light of Phoenix in the list as well, but it's not always going to cost 2 mana for you, which is a downside. Yep. Click Locker. So when it comes to like mulligan stuff, you want to keep Click Locker, the One Amalgam of the Deep, Roaring Applause. You also want to keep Black Rock and Roll in your opening hand too, if you can. And those are really the only stuff that you really want to like hard mulligan for. Rolling Stone's not bad either. Like you could probably run 2 copies of Rolling Stone too, because you can run a lot of 1-cost cards. Like you run quite a bit. The likelihood of you getting the buff is pretty solid too. It's definitely worth trying. And like Voon's really good for the deck too. Like if you're gonna craft a legendary for this deck specifically, go for Voon, because getting multiple copies of all this stuff here is really, really solid. Now the only downside is, is the fact that, you might get hands like this. This is not the best hand you could probably get, you know, for it. Especially we're going up against the control priest here. Try and get this chat thing to stay where I want it to. Okay, there we go.
It's all in your head.
Let me hear you make some noise!
Now here in that moment, you could have played this so you could draw 3 cards, but you really don't need to do that just yet. You don't ever really want to be greedy with this and like try and get the most cards off of it. Drawing 2, like 1, 2, 3 cards off of this is not terrible to do. I will say Control Priest is definitely by far the hardest matchup for this deck. Well, let's see. We have all this in hand. We could play Master Voon now, and it wouldn't be too bad. We're also getting another copy of this.
We gotta need more room in this bitch!
Something cool to know, if you have the signature art for Voon, you'll get like the best versions of all those cards. Kind of cool. Like I really like the signature art for one Amalgam Band here. I really want to get it, but you know, you have to open up a lot of packs in order to get the signature arts because these are very rare to pull. Like I've only gotten 2 from a pack, or no, 3. I got the Mukla, I have the Voon, and then I opened up the DJ Mana Storm, but I disenchanted it because I wanted to craft a card for Wild. Oh, that's a good card for him to get from Mind Eater. Now the problem with this is that he could get some of our like crazy value cards like the Jailer, Ziliax, Tony, and he could take advantage of that. Even if he gets like Black Rock and Roll, that's a bad thing too. Okay, well him spinning that right there, that was not discovered right. Yeah, so he played that just to get rid of that. Like I'm assuming he has a pretty bad hand if he's doing that play. Now this is always going to draw us 3 cards. If we play this, that's going to burn us. Look at that, the Jailer. Now we know this is on the bottom of the list, and we only play 1 Gorger. We don't have any other dredge effects, so we're going to dredge up the Jailer now. We'll go face here. We'll also get 10 armor here, so we're sitting up a little bit nice with that. The Power Slider, like, you know, when you play a bunch of your other, like, you know, cards, your tribal cards, and the Power Slider is able to get up to like a 9-9, 9-10, what, you know, whatever the stats may be for it. Hitting this early on is really like could define the game for you, especially against like a priest here. Drop it down when it's a big, and then you're able to trade in. But we already have 2 Amalgam Bands. We're pretty set. The only problem with it is silences. If he has Whirlpool, destroy the copies that we have in our hand. And that's kind of the downside to Voon in a way, is that they're able to, you know, hit all of our cards if they do that, or a good majority of the cards, if that makes sense. This isn't really the hand that I want to see. This is kind of weird, but I'm going to do it for the Click Locker because it could buff up more of these right here in hand. Yeah, so we now have an 8-8 right here. It's not too bad to do. That's 1, 2, 3, 4 cards. That's too many cards. I'm just going face here. There's not really a point to trade. Because we really don't mind if they remove stuff, because then we can start dropping down more things. There are some like points in the game where it's okay just to play Jailer on turn 10, because that might just be enough to play it. Yeah, that's fine. We can play one of the Amalgam Bands here. Thing is, he already played the coin, so he can't Whirlpool it. That's something to kind of be aware of too. We have a lot of reload with the Gorlock Ravager here. I'm gonna play it now. Go ahead and do that. he has a card to remove it, that's fine. Also really happy my stream has not been able to last this long before, so I'm glad that the change to my streaming system works a little bit better, so that's good. Longest stream that's actually worked. Yay. Okay, that's fine. He could death that. Doesn't really change anything. He is playing very passively. Like there's not like he hasn't done too much. Yeah, like that's a card for him to get. Like, but it doesn't really, you know, doesn't really change anything. I really don't love this hand at all.
Let the music take you.
I'm curious if this guy plays Rivendare, because if he has Rivendare, it might make the matchup a little bit harder. Because I know, like, or well, I guess it won't really matter. If we just get to our Tony, we'll be fine. We could play our deck. If we top deck Tony like before turn 10, we're just gonna burn the deck and play Tony, and hopefully hope that he doesn't have any ways of, you know, removing it. The thing with like most Jailer decks are that they wait till the last second to do it. Like after the deck is done, they have all their combo pieces in hand, they play Jailer, then they play the next thing. Sometimes it just makes sense to play Jailer the moment, like, you know, turn 10 happens. It makes more sense in some scenarios.
Let the music take you.
Now here's the thing that you could like always consider when you're playing this is not to attack with it. We could assume you might have a Whirlpool, but the thing is we're always going to be able to discover another one because of our we still have all of our amalgam based minions in our deck, so we could always find another one. So it doesn't really matter if you like Whirlpools it, but I'm gonna try and set up for, you know, potential lethal turn here. This will draw us 3 cards here. Do that now. Yeah, we'll do this with the hope that we can deal 14 damage to face, because that's really the only like leverage that we're gonna have against this. Yeah, Whirlpool's fine. We were wanting to bait that out, so we could still discover that. And we also saw the 6/6 here left over, which means that we could do this. So like it doesn't really change anything at all, if that makes sense. Again, this card's insane. My favorite card. I might go on my way and craft 2 golden versions of this just so I could have it. But I think that's like what, 340 dust? It might not be worth it, in all honesty. I might have to open up some packs and hope that I open up the golden one for it. Okay, well I think there's another turn for the Amalgam Band here. The next turn we might play the Jailer so we could get this guy to stick. Off chance that that works. Poke there. Play this and we'll tap. We might as well trade into that because it's a rush guy. And we're just gonna go face with all this right here. Yeah, that's fine. We can do that.
Don't keep your thoughts to yourself.
Yeah, he could spend all of his resources trying to remove everything there, but not really going to change anything here. That's a lovely card to draw. Put all that buffed up stuff. Okay, we're going to play one Gorlock Ravager here. Now, the thing, if you have these cards in the deck and you're able to craft them or you already have them, you always want to discover onto these ones here. So you have a better chance of getting another Amalgam Band. Like this right here is a really solid card to get. The idea with Jailer is to have lineup that does enough base damage for and the remove rest. Well, sort of. So the reason for Jailer is, so like you see this Power Slider, it's going to get 13 in stats. And if we're able to play the Jailer into two of these guys, you know, over the next 2 turns, that is sometimes just game defining as is. Like this right here, this deals 5 damage and gains 8 armor. That's amazing. Like we can play this right here. Right there, look at that. It's 15, 16. If they don't have a way of removing this, that's just 50 damage to face next turn. Okay, so we don't have any other, let's see. So we're going to play this one and, you know, try and find another Amalgam Band. Rolling Stone's not too bad here, but I think the random destroy effect might be just a tad bit better. It is unfortunate. If we open up Black Rock and Roll like way early in the game, our win percentage goes way up, like by 5%, if you play Black Rock on turn 5. But yeah, the idea with Jailer is like if you already have a solidified board by turn 10, play it on turn 10. And sometimes that's enough to win the game. If you watch my video over it, I have a couple games where that happens. I can put the link in the chat for you guys if you do want to see that. Let me find it. Let's see here. There's a video link to that video if you guys want to see that. Like, do we have lethal here? That's 17, 18, 19. Yep, that's lethal. That's what I'm saying. Like, you could be Control Priest, just slowly valuing up your minions. Like, it benefits you to play the minions. Like, that's the whole idea to the deck and why it's a good deck. You're able just to, you know, value, like, just do all that. It's solid. Like, it's not bad by any means. But yeah, this is the basically the same deck. The only thing that's changed is the backstage dancer or bouncer guy, 4 mana 4/5. But you can take out whatever card you want. If you don't have legendary, add in 2 copies of those to it, because that's going to make the deck even better too. But yeah, the whole, like, even like the 2 lava gorgers is okay, but like I'd much rather have 2 of these over 2 of those. Okay, we'll see if this is another Control Priest.
The stage is a battlefield.
Another thing to kind of like think about for the deck is sometimes it's not worth keeping these in hand and just keeping the Gorlock Ravager, because on turn 5 you could potentially draw 3 cards out of your deck. There are some scenarios. So here's the thing: if you know this is going to be Control Priest, you would keep this in your opening hand. But this is going to be Undead Priest, you'd keep a hand like this. But I feel like Undead Priest is more likely to be seen, so we're going to do that. Yeah, added the Bouncer. Yeah, this card, best card from the mini set by far. My favorite one.
Quickly.
Don't keep your thoughts to yourself.
Okay. Now when it comes to playing this, you could play this on turn 1 and then turn 2 tap, but for the most part you don't really ever want to do this. You want to play this on turn 3. You're going to play the mistake on turn 1.
Picking up pace.
Oh wow, that's a really card, a really good card for him to get from the Conjurer.
Truly.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't really care about this actually. We're gonna play the Razor Fin here.
Make some noise!
Yeah, Identity Thief, like that's such a dumb card. Like they're able to get the Jailer, Black Rock and Roll. Like that's the downside to playing a deck against a Priest, because they can just take your cards that are good and play it in their deck too. But Priest is definitely like one of my favorite classes. Like that was the only class I played when I was younger. I played Control Dragon Priest, like forever. Like it was my deck to play. Now here's something you do. You could coin out the backstage bouncer here. I get 2 4/5s, which is not bad. And in theory, he can't trade evenly with this. But turn 4 for Priest, what can they do?
Worthy
They could light it burns, trade. They don't have any other removal. They could play Holy Nova. So it's actually probably better here to coin this out. To wait. You want to attack first before you do that. You want to make that misplay. All the damage against the Priest will matter. Yeah, look at that golden. Really nice. Like just the amount of stats that you get on turn 4 is really, really good. Like this card's insane. And you open up both of these. Then look what we have here. We have a Rowdy Fan. That's gonna buff up one of these to 7 attack. Like it's extremely good. Extremely good. And we also have this is already a 4/4 too. Or it already has +4/+4 for stats. Okay, so here's the thing. These are beast. This only draws us 2 cards. We could wait.
Let's go!
You just go face. You can make the option of trading right here, but like the off chances he has some type of removal, he's going to play it now, and then that means it's not going to be wasted on our power slider here. Then you know if he doesn't remove both of these, that's going to draw us 3 cards next turn with this.
Time to rock!
Wow, I got power slider. That's crazy. Yep, so we still get 3 cards. And you could have played this one and got like a 4th one. That doesn't really matter here. We play this. Look at it, 6/7. And we're beating Control Priest with the Menagerie Warrior. Like this list is just the superior Menagerie list. Doesn't really even matter if he does that. Because here we can play this. Let's see what we dredge up first. Boon's really good to dredge up here, but you know, Ziliax is not bad either. We have the Click Locker and we have the Amalgam. At this point, if you're gonna be making a decision like this, it's like completely like what you think is like correct for your way of playing, your style of playing. This Priest is at 13 HP. They're not gonna be restoring that much health. So, you know, we could go for the value play here, and we could get copies of all these in our hand. It's not bad. You could pick this and get 5 armor here, and have the potential to magnetize it if these stick on the board, which I kind of like that play a bit more. It's also elemental and a beast. Look place right here. Sin Runner, really good card to pick. Next turn we top deck Ziliax, and if he doesn't remove this, we can magnetize it. That's 10 damage right there, and he's only left with 3 HP. Like, it's that good.
It's all in your head.
Oh, he plays Switcheroo, okay.
You're both #1 to me.
Oh, Fanboy, okay. Yeah, Fanboy's a good card. Here's what the play is going to be for next turn. I'm going to draw our Ziliax, but here's what we're going to do. We're going to play our Click Locker because it's going to buff it up. Magnetize right there. Now we have a 6/6 here. Now we can play this here, but like there's really no necessary to it. Yeah, the priest is just playing defensive, but at this point, like they're not doing the right thing. Like they know that we're Menagerie Warrior, which means that us playing stuff is going to allow us to, you know, extend even better because our one amalgam band's going to get better, our power slider is going to be better. It's not really going to, like, you know, not going to do much for him, and he didn't even get rushed for it, so he just loses because he played that. Like that's the thing. Like, yeah, like these priests are just kind of eh. Like this deck can beat priests, but I'd say that guy probably didn't play. He didn't pilot priest very well for what he needed to do against our deck. Yeah, no, it's a good deck. Like I noticed it. Like, so a lot of people playing Menagerie Warrior, they play like a really heavy aggro version of it, but I'm like, you burn out of stuff really fast, and you have like no solidified game state after like turn 6. And so, you know, I was looking at some wild decks, and a lot of the wild decks were played Jailer, and I was like, you know what, I'll play the Jailer in standard, and I'll just convert the deck. And you know, the Gorlock, the Murloc package is always really good in any deck because it's all commons. And so if you really just want a draw engine, that's good stuff. Play the Murloc package in your deck. You could play the Murloc package in the Dragon Paladin. You could play it in the Totem Shaman or the Tome Shaman. You could play it in the Evolve Shaman. You could play it in Rogue. You could play it in anything really. I actually like this hand. We'll keep this with this. That's fine. Thank you. Look at that mistake. We'll put mistake down first. The off chance that this doesn't get removed, we could have the Ready Fang and make it a 4/3. So the biggest thing when you're trying to, you know, pick minions for what you're wanting to do, like there's a lot of times where you're going to be making this play right here. You're going to play the one amalgam or the mistake into the one amalgam into the amalgam of the deep. So like there's sometimes here like you don't have a Naga in your hand and you don't have a spell, so there's no point in picking this. It's not turn 7, so there's no point in picking this, but the Bronze Gatekeeper is the best thing to pick because it can magnetize onto these. You can also play it by itself as a taunt. It's the best card to pick. So the way to really win with this list is to just, you know, you have to think ahead a lot of the time. Oh, look at that. Cold feet. Look at that. That's the one time it's really good for them. But now we get to take a turn and draw, which is not bad by any means. Then now look, turn 4, this is what's going to happen to them. Unless they have another cold feet. Like that was the one time that cold feet might have been actually really good for them to play. We're playing against Big Paladin. That's crazy. I didn't think we were actually going to be playing against this. So he drew 2 cards, so this is probably either Equality or Consecration, depending on, you know, if you got lucky with it. But we backstage Bouncer, and this is already enough pressure against a Big Paladin. Like, this is what I'm saying where like, Big Paladin feels like it's not a complete deck yet, because they're not going to be able to do a lot to us here. Like, they could coin and do Consecration Equality, or Equality Consecration. Oh, they played Dissonant Disco. That's not even... Like, it's bad.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay, so here's the thing. You want to put it onto the one amalgam here, or this guy right here, because it's tied behind taunts, and they don't have spot removal for a 5 health minion here. Now, we're going to drop down both the mechs here, because it's going to buff up any of these right here. That's fine. Like, you see what I'm saying with how the deck kind of just coherently flows and just has value no matter what? Like, this is why this version of Menagerie Warrior is the best version to play. And there's our Tony. Okay, let's see. That's 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. We're 1 off lethal.
A diet I inherit.
Oh, I forgot. We don't have 7 mana. that doesn't really change anything here.
Scream for me.
He could even take a turn to play Holy Maki Roll here, and that still wouldn't change the outcome of the game. Because we also have this here, and it's already up to 6. Like it's a good deck. Good deck. There are a lot of commons and epics to it and rares, but you don't really need like Zola you get for free. You really don't need to craft that. You get Ziliax. If you have Amalgam Band, that's good. But you're able to discover it, so it doesn't really matter to play it in your deck.
Access denied.
I have Power Sire just for cheese. Like, see what I mean? There we go. Got the new card back. Already up to silver. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I want Big Paladin to be a deck, but like it just feels like it's like an incomplete version of it, if that makes sense. Like there's just too much stuff, too many ideas for it, too many big minions that they want to play, and it's not able to like reduce down to like a set of like 5 or 6 minions that they want to play with a bunch of spells that are going to work. Just kind of all over. But I need to get a drink, so I'll be right back. Alrighty, got some water. Okay, let's see here. Do we want to keep continue playing this list, or do we want to change it up? Is my stream still up, guys? I'm not sure if it's actually working here or not. Okay, so it seems to be working. Okay, that's good. Don't be doing that. Weird. Alrighty. You just hit silver? Okay, everything looks good then. Okay, cool. Why is that one? I want to let me go back. That's weird. I don't like when the chat thing on my stream is being weird. Um, over my water. Really wanted me to put in my email for this? Why do I have to do that? Okay, does that look fine? Okay. Okay, docs. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, the warrior deck is way more fun to play. Um, now my chat's not wanting to show up on my thing. Unfortunate. How can I get? It looks like I might have to pull this up on my actual stream. Um, let's see. How long would it take to get legend rank? Is it doable in 1 month? You'd have to grind. You'd have to play quite a bit of hours. Like, it's definitely possible. Like, anyone could hit legend rank without a problem, but it's one of those things where you're going to be playing a lot of pure paladin, you're going to be playing a lot of frost aggro, you're going to be playing a lot of control priest, and those are, going to be kind of like, pretty hard matchups to do and deal with on a consistent basis. Like, I was able to hit it fine multiple months in a row. Like, just playing, I played mech paladin for one of them. I did blood death knight for the other time, and then the other one, yeah, it's also about adapting to your opponent's playstyle. Yeah, that's the biggest thing. In order to get good at this game, you can drop all the money you want on it, and you're not gonna and get all the cards, and you're not gonna see a difference in your playstyle. You have to learn matchups. You have to learn different combinations of cards. You have to learn all that stuff. And like the biggest thing, and like the biggest reason why I started a YouTube channel and why I thought it was like kind of fun to do is because in college when like because I do this, like I play esports, I do Overwatch, I do Hearthstone, and the biggest thing for like Hearthstone is understanding the matchups, because like in standard and like ranked ladder is completely different from what you'd see in a tournament style setting. Like if you're going to be playing like in an esports tournament and you're going to be playing against 8 or 9 different people and every single round is going to be has a 40-minute timer, you're going to be playing against some really weird and really control style decks. Or you're going to be playing against like the most pure aggro aggressive decks, like even worse than pure paladin. You'll play against other versions of those, and it's always going to be kind of, you know, different in that way. But if you really want to get good at Hearthstone, get onto some discords and find some like tournaments to do on that, and you'll really get a full like idea of what it's like to play, and you also win some money. So it's always worth doing. This is the current Evolve Shaman deck that I'm doing right now. I took out one of the Famished Fools for Horn of the Windlord. It's all right. We had some games where we were able to, you know, win because of it. But another card you could probably add, which we were talking about earlier, is Bloodlust. So you could definitely play Bloodlust over Horn of Winter if you don't really want to play the card. It's all right. We only had one game where it worked, but Bloodlust might be the better card to play if you want to use it that way. It's perfectly up to you. Doomhammer is also not a bad option too. I always forget Doomhammer is a card in Standard too, but yeah, it's not bad. Yeah, this is the current list. Still don't like how I can't see my chat on here. What about ETC and adding them all? I mean, you can do that. The thing with it is that's taking up a spot. Like, you'd much rather just draw Bloodlust than having to play EDC Band Manager and then picking Bloodlust and then having to wait a turn to play it. Like, it's just like, that's the reason why you wouldn't want to play that there. Oh, there we go. Got to work. Huh. Just have to pop out the chats. Okay. Well, I'll remember that. Yeah, so the reason for that, if you want to play Bloodlust and you want it to be an option in the ETC Band Manager, they can remove everything that next turn. Like, you can play ETC Band Manager, pick Bloodlust, and then they could remove your board, and then you don't have it, and then you just wasted a pick for your ETC Band Manager. That's the reason why you wouldn't want to play it. You just want to have it. You either want to have this in your list right away. If you were to play ETC Band Manager in the list, like if I was to add this here, what I would add, that's a good question here. Let's look at this stuff. No, there's not really many things that you'd really want to add. I'd probably do like something like Alcar. I mean, Ziliax is okay, but I think Sir Finley would be better to add in the ETC Band Manager too. Then I've really started to like a lot. Where's it at? Steam Cleaner. There's a lot of decks that add multiple copies to their like copies of cards into their deck. Being able to like destroy them is going to help you win way significantly better. Like, this is how I would add what I would do for the ETC Band Manager for Evolve Shaman specifically. You could do Ziliax and List. Like, you can main deck it, or you could play it within ETC Band Manager, but you got to look at it as this is only going to be restoring you potentially 3 HP, and you don't play any other mechs in the list. Like, unless you like get a mech off of like evolving something. But you don't play any mechs, and so you're not going to be able to magnetize it either. That's something to kind of consider as well. But I definitely don't think ETC Band Manager is worth playing. I think if you were, it's either you play Bloodlust, you play Doomhammer, or you play Horn of the Windlord. Or even if you really want to, you could play Alcar. Yeah, of course. I think right now for the best version of it, I'd put the Bloodlust in. There's many times where you have if you have your backstage bouncer and you have 2 of them on there as well as like one other card, and bloodlusting that turn on the following turn is just Sometimes like just enough to win. We haven't played a game with the Bloodlust here, but we could play it and try it out. Yeah, exactly. It helps with the Warlock and Priest matchups. Yeah, that's the reason why I've been adding it a lot. We can play. Oh, where's it at? Oh, I deleted it. Yeah, let's get rid of this here. I don't plan on playing with these anymore. So I do have. I'm not actually sure if a video is coming out for that or not. Here, let's look at my videos. Yeah, so my Mech Mage Warrior, my Enraged Warrior video are up right now. Then yeah, my Control Warrior list is coming out on the 2nd, as well as my Overheal Priest video. Okay, yeah. So, so the list that I was playing, they added in the new, this guy right here. Now, it's not a good legendary by any means. Like, this card is not worth playing at all. But you can play it with Othamar and Jailer. Yeah, exactly. It's a meme. But like the deck I was playing was just revolving around doubling the stats of Lord of the Opera, and then playing Ziliax, or not Ziliax, the Jailer, and then dropping this down. You'll have a 30/30 with lifesteal, and it's immune. So it's kind of crazy in that way. And then I added the curse package to it. So I added all these cards in it as well. And this was pretty solid. Then I think, what else did I have in the list? Got all these here. You played with Party Crasher. I mean, no, I mean, might as well try it. Just for the memes of it. Overload Shaman is not good. Like, you'll have a better success with playing Evolve Shaman than the Overload Shaman. Now here I'd probably play ETC Band Manager for sure. Do Mass Silence. Steam Cleaner. We could do Theatar here, which I don't think is too bad. Actually, I might want Rivendare, actually. Depending on how heavy the control matchups are. And for Finley, I believe I took out one of those. And so this would probably be what I would do for that list. The whole idea, you know, like what Fauna? I mean, like in the main deck or in the ETC Band Manager? ETC. Oh, I mean, but so the reason for why you'd probably put War Rider in here is against the control matchups. Like if you're playing against Like, so if you burn your deck with a Jailer and you play War Rider, it dies and adds 3 more cards, you're not going to be fatiguing for 3 turns too, so that's something to consider. But also you have to pick this, and then you have to let it infuse 7 times before you can steal a minion. And on top of that, it's just a board removal, which, I mean, it's just kind of eh. But like along the lines, I'd probably play this. I'd use this list. We could see if Party Crasher works. We could play this list and try it out. You've been running Pozic on the Evolved Shaman. I could see Pozic being pretty good. Yeah, it's an undead, yeah. Pozic's alright in Evolved Shaman. Like, the reason why I wouldn't play it is because if you evolve Pozic, you don't get the audio bots back, and you're just giving your minions more, or you're giving your opponent more stuff to play. And then on top of that, like, if they do just try to remove it before playing 2 audio bots and you get the 3/3s, I mean, sure, you could buff them up, or not buff them up, but like evolve them, which is not bad, but the chances of that happening is very slim. You'd much rather play something else over Pozic, I think.
Tamsin versus Lady Vosh.
Oh, here we go, Shaman.
Victory to Queen Ajara. Arise, my faithless steed.
Yeah, well, we don't need 2 Defiles in hand. I like the Scourge Supplies. This is probably... It might be an Evolved Shaman. That'd be pretty funny if this is my list right here. But we could see what happens. It might be like a... Could be big Shaman.
I see you've brought game.
Oh, Renathal, okay. Dueling. Totem Shaman it could be, but I don't think Totem Shaman plays a Renathal in it.
Armor! Lightly used armor!
At least I don't think it does. Yeah. Okay, this is probably Overload Shaman then. Yeah, surely. Oh, Big Shaman? Yeah, it could be. It could be any of them at this point. But it's really nice having Symphony for turn 5, so... We could burn the top 6 cards of their deck on turn 5, that'd be pretty great. Oh, Evolved Shaman. Oh, double Muck Pool, okay. Alrighty. So let's see, for this guy... Choose enemy minion, throw a random minion from your hand at it. Okay, so we just need to get our Party Crasher, and then we could potentially, you know... You know, if you're playing this, does it restore HP if it throws it? Does that consider attacking it? Do you restore HP if that happens? Yeah, from the other side, Shaman probably makes the most sense here. We'll go ahead and play this. Here to test, yeah. I'm assuming it probably does.
Break it, you buy it!
It does restore HP? Okay, cool. Okay. I think this guy is doing too much for whatever this version of a deck he's playing. It's considered an attack? Okay, cool. That's what I like to hear. I'll go ahead and play this. Is this considered a shadow spell? Okay, it's not. Yeah, we're gonna play this next turn, no matter what they do. I don't think it really matters. Yeah, they're trading, that's fine. They burn the 6 top cards. That's what we love to see. We can also reduce the cost of Jailer, which is not too bad either, but I want to remove the 6 cards. Tar Creeper. This guy's playing a very weird deck. Melanoma. Or whatever you pronounce it. Warlock Ravager. Yeah, like that's... really, really weird. Like, I don't even know what this guy's playing. If we lose this deck, I'll be surprised.
But I am undying. From above.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. He can do all that. I don't even know. It's just a crazy deck. I mean, he did have a pretty big swing turn with it, but We have Abyssal Wave here. Really not too worried about that. And that's, let's see, 10, 14, 17 damage. I mean, it's fine. Next turn we have this, so I don't really care. He might have lethal. He might have the Wind Lord thing, or the weapon that has the Wind Fury. You can have that, but I'm not really worried. Yeah, cold storage for it. Oh, Jive Insect. That's kind of crazy. He has a pretty interesting deck, I'll say.
Let the ritual of absolution commence.
So he's gonna be taking quite a bit there. Let's see here. That's lifesteal. That's lifesteal. We're not gonna. I was thinking about coining out the Sea Guide here, but I don't think we need to do that.
The house of ours is gone, but I am undying. From the buck!
Wow, that's a pretty good card for him to get.
From the buck!
'Cause what have you?
Okay, well, here's some things that we could try and do here. We could Siphon Soul here. Then play this. That's 6, 7, 8, 9. It's up to 17. He has 11 damage. How does that work? Not a beast. Not a beast. I am going to go ahead and Sir Finley here. I want to try and get some other cards. Yeah, Drain Soul, Movement of Sloth is good. Movement of Wrath is good as well. Zakul is really good. Yeah, it's a much better hand, but we'll see what happens. It's still like this guy has gotten some pretty lucky like stuff happening with his evolve stuff, like a little bit more consistent. Like I wouldn't say it's more consistent than my list, but like he had them all at the right time. So that was another thing. Oh yeah, I forgot those are beasts too. Okay, so let's see, what does that do? It locks a card in our hand. Yeah, it's a little unfortunate. I think we might just lose because he just had such crazy, you know, crazy open with all that stuff. We don't really want to throw anything here. Yeah, it should make it less consistent. He was lucky. Yeah, that's really what it came down to.
What is...
But here we'll be able to restore some HP with that, which I don't mind at all. We shouldn't die here, I don't think, because he has to trade in twice. He might be able to, I'm not sure. Okay, yeah, he has Lightning Storm. He might be fine here then. Yeah, is that enough? Yeah, that is. Yeah, he was lucky with that, but we're playing a meme deck here, so like that version of Evolved Shaman would not work in like Upper Diamond or even Legend rank. Even our deck here, like it's not really gonna work either. Like we have to like revise it and make it a tad bit better. Yeah, I mean it was close. Like I mean if we had Twisting Nether or like another Defile. Maybe anything else that would, you know,
of the Ebon Blade will not
could have removed. Could have been better.
Let's have some fun.
Maybe there were probably some misplays I did there. No one's perfect, so I'd say he probably had a really good opening hand that lucked out in the way that he was able to beat us in that way. Yeah, we'll pass here. We'll let our hand build up a little bit before we play our sea guide here. Yeah, exactly. I was having people comment on my Totem Shaman video about how I was making like so many misplays, and I'm like, it really doesn't matter. Like, because like people are always asking, like, confused about why I would buff up a 2-1 over a 1-1. And I'm like, it doesn't really matter the reasoning why. The point is, they could still get removed because they have 1 HP. It doesn't really matter if you change it up into 4 or 5 with taunt. Like, just the change of stats is just that much better. Like, it doesn't really matter how you do it, when you do it. But I mean, whenever you're playing the game, just make the best play you think is like the correct play at that moment. You do have to think like a turn or two ahead sometimes, but like for the most part, just play the game and have fun. You don't have to do anything too crazy with it. Like, I hit legend when I'm having when I'm just enjoying the game. If I'm not trying hard, there's really no other thing to do. Oh yeah, this is definitely a Sir Finley turn. We're gonna tap though. Now, Siphon Soul's not bad, but we're definitely gonna be throwing this away. I would like to have the Lothamar and this in the hand, but the other one in the deck, so we could get up to 30 attack and 30 HP. Oh, look at that, all the curse stuff. That's exactly what we want to see. Armor Vendor's perfect. I also like Lord Draxus.
Leave bones, please.
Reach for the skies.
Ooh. Okay, well, that's a pretty big swing turn for him, a 5-4 already. We could like Drain Soul it and trade, which is okay to do. We could also play this. Okay, what is he gonna be doing turn 4? I noticed that a lot of like Unholy Death Knights, they don't really ever play the curses, so I think we could safely play this in the Armor Vendor, and we're gonna poke here. That's fine. That's exactly how I would like him to do it. Ooh, Harmonic Metal's actually kind of bad though. Ooh, that's scary. At least we have this here, but like... Well, let's draw first and see what we get before we make a decision to Drain Soul here. Yeah, we don't need the ETC Bane Manager here at all. Like, this is Unholy, like, we need the other two here. We don't really need the Band Manager at all. And we'll trade here like this, because this will stay alive. If he goes wide here, we have the Abyssal Wave, so I'm not too worried about that. Man, up to 6. That just hurts. Having Harmonic Metal is pretty insane. Okay, there's the Party Crasher. Let's see, is there any weird order I want to do this? Yeah, no. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. And we'll tap here. Okay, I like to see Drag Below. You know, I think I can maybe make this deck slightly better if I play it in Wild. Oh, is he playing a Rainbow? If he's playing the Horror? It might be a thing, I'm not sure. Go ahead and do this now. Hopefully we get top deck our Lady Darkvein, and we can get that to trigger twice.
Shouted from the mountain.
Oh, okay. Young yodeler for that. That's cool. Okay, I kind of see an idea there. We can maybe make a deck around that after seeing someone play it. Brag below. Okay. It's gonna be a Zakul turn for sure, I think. It's gonna source up quite a bit of HP.
Break it, you buy it.
I mean, we might as well trade there. Also, we're almost close to 200 subscribers. We're at 186, so if you're watching the stream and haven't subscribed yet, don't forget to subscribe.
It's boogie time.
At some point, I'll have a better schedule for when I'm going to be streaming, and I'll make that known. I mean, we just lose here. This is a little here. We'll play this just to play it and see what happens.
Break it, you buy it.
3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, we lose. But
You win this time.
we'll get more consistent streams happening. I'll be sure to send like a community like post about when it's going to be happening like a day early so you guys can prepare, or like, you know, if you guys want to watch during that time. Yeah, I mean, we are playing a meme deck too, so like I don't really care that we lost to Death Knight there, but that's actually kind of a cool idea that what the guy was doing there. I am curious, so what other death rattles are there for Death Knight? I mean, you probably want the Fall Egg, right? Ruby and Egg, sure. You know, I could see... Yeah, 13 likes. Yeah, it's great. I didn't realize we even had that many likes. Yeah. No, honestly, I could see Plague Spreader being kind of good too. Extra School's probably pretty solid. I see Karen be good too. And you could probably run with a list like this with like your Death Rattle core being like this. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of cool. He made that work. We'll try another game with this, and if we get like a successful game off it, that'd be nice.
Nemzi versus the Lich King.
Will serve me in death.
Let's have
Ooh, another Death Knight. Okay. You probably want to keep the ETC Band Manager like normally, but I don't want this because I'm sure it's going to be Unholy or Frost.
And close enough.
Yep, as expected. We're gonna Drain Soul it. I don't want to deal with it. Hey, Frost. You don't love it, but what are you gonna do? Hopefully we can win against it. If we win against this one, that'd be pretty great. But with the freezing effects, we'll have to see what happens. Yeah, if all you guys have been watching my videos, if you guys have any like recommendations for like editing and stuff that you want to see within the video, let me know. I could try my best to, you know, work with it, but I'm editing all my stuff by myself. I'm not, you know, I'm only 21. I'm not really able to, you know, I'm still in college, everything like that too. So I don't have like an influx of money to be able to pay for an editor or anything like that either. So everything's like just done by me. Same thing with the thumbnails, everything like that too. So yeah, if you guys have like ideas or stuff like that you guys would like to see that you think would be better for the quality of the video and the channel, let me know too. Yeah, if they do want to play another minion, we have the curse for it, so. And let's construct quarters. Goodness. Oh, well, there's another drag blow. And do I want to tap here? It's getting close to turn 7. I'm not going to tap, actually. You think the channel/content is fine? Okay, cool.
The citadel stands strong.
Found randomly in my feed. Knew I wanted to play Evolve Shaman. Nice, okay, cool. Well, I was one of the first YouTubers that put out Evolve Shaman, so hopefully, you know, a lot of people are seeing it. I mean, it's probably one of my most viewed videos by now, I'm sure. I mean, I'm just gonna remove the board right now. That four cost guy is just too much to deal with. You did? Okay, cool. Yeah, something that I've kind of realized with YouTube is that it goes in waves of how it recommends channels. And so like I'll have like 2 weeks where I have like 600 to like 1,000 views on all my videos, and then I'll have some where it's like only less than 200 views. And I'm like, what am I doing wrong with those videos? Like, is it just I'm playing really bad, or is it like my editing, or like, you know, what is the deal? But I think YouTube just goes in waves of when it wants to show videos and, you know, everything like that too. I'm pretty sure we just lose. I don't think there's really anything else that we could do. We could curse here. That's 7, 8, 9. We could play this, and that'll restore us up to 16. That's 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. And if they have... Yeah, I'll do that. YouTube is hard, and Hearthstone is kind of dying anyway. I wouldn't say it's dying. It's still one of the... No, it's played quite a bit. They have a lot of players. It has a good, you know, player base. It's just the amount of stuff, like, the Hearthstone's team is what really decides on how well the game's doing. With their bundles, with how much, like, patches they're doing, how much new content they're adding and everything like that. All that really dictates, you know, whether the game's going to be good. You know, there's a potential that we could draw into something that could help us defile this board. None of those do it. Yeah, no, this is pretty bad. Okay, maybe if we had this like beforehand, we would have been fine.
Impressive. You win this time.
But I mean, YouTube isn't all that hard in reality. I mean, the biggest thing is like that I realized, like, because I already had like a niche for it. Oh, if a sequel is announced, I don't think they'll ever do a sequel. as big as it used to be. Well, okay, so here's the thing. Trump stopped, you know, playing Hearthstone. Like, he plays it here and there when a new expansion comes out, but he plays other stuff. And the reason why he could do that is because he had such a big, you know, viewer base with Hearthstone that he's able to, you know, take those viewers with him. And so that's like another thing, is just, you know, building up a bunch of people that are consistently going to be watching you. But my whole take with my channel and what I'm going to be trying to do, like especially like next year during college, I have one more semester left. I might go for a second semester too for my associates, but I do competitive esports, and so I travel, I do all that stuff for Hearthstone, and I want to like show that side of Hearthstone, the competitive esports side of it, rather than just a constructed standard side to it. Now, the only problem with that is that the time of when it happens is so weird, because I'm like, my time zone, I'm in central like United States. What are the time zone is? So I'm in Kansas. And so there's not a lot of like, all the tournaments are happening on one side of the, you know, coast or the other side of the coast, which means they're either 2 hours ahead or 2 hours behind. And so sometimes tournaments will happen like right in the middle, yeah, central time zone. And so what will happen is, a lot of the time, my yeah, you're in Texas, that's nice. Well, so a lot of times what will happen is I'll have a class that's at like 2 p.m. and it's a class I have to go to, you know, it's part of my degree, it's, you know, something important. But in order for me to compete into a regional tournament or like a qualifying tournament, I'm gonna have to play at like 1 or at 2 or at noon or whatever, which means I'm gonna have to like take an hour and a half, you know, prior to, you know, prepare my decks, submit all my codes. Another thing with like esports is that it's a best of 5. So you're bringing 4 decks and you ban one deck and you play 3 decks, and it's best of 5 with those 3 decks. And so it's like, it's so time consuming. Like, it takes a whole day for one tournament. But it's very interesting because you that's like the best way to learn the game, in my opinion. And I feel like Hearthstone, like the team as is, they should definitely promote the tournament side to it a little bit more, because like back when it first came out and the tournaments were happening, there's a huge prize pool, there's a lot of competitors, it was really, really popular. But then they stopped, you know, they stopped doing the tournaments for it, and they started doing it on like the down end of it, and there's not as much talk about it anymore. And like esports, like I'm like, there's not very many esports like teams for Hearthstone, like specifically. Like for Overwatch, we have a big team. We're gonna be going to Paris this next semester just for tournaments alone. And so like, it's one of those things where like they just need to broadcast it more. Yeah, esports would bring up more attention, because like that's the thing, like Marvel Snap is big just because it's a good game for when it's Marvel. But on top of that, like the YouTubers are making tournaments out of it, people have a chance to win money, and that's what makes it fun. Like the chance of, you know, winning and just like getting something in return is what's big about it. There's, you know, the in-person events. Like I know COVID kind of messed everything up too. Yeah, it's been struggling. But the biggest thing with it, they just need to advertise it more, allow more tournaments to happen. Like really, like the only thing that ever happens with Hearthstone is in California. There's not a big like player base in California. Like it's more, you know, everywhere else I find out. Yeah, there's a lot of online tournaments. So like if you go to any like esports like website and join the Discords, you can get into tournaments that way. The only problem is you probably will have a pay-in fee. My college will covers that for me, so I don't have to pay anything, and I get all the money back that I win. So if I win a big tournament, I get $1,000, $2,000, $3,000. That all goes back to me. The school doesn't take it. And so that's a really big thing about my success, basically. How I'm able to like start, like I won a lot and I won a lot of money, and so I'm able to invest back into the set, or back into my setup and everything like that. So like I was able to get 2 monitors. I have a whole setup for that. I have my mic. I'm able to buy the expansions when they come out. It's like the whole thing with that. But it's they just need to, you know, do a little bit more with that. I do play Marvel Snap too, and like when I first started my channel, I was going to do Marvel Snap content, but the problem with it is I don't have enough money to consistently invest in it whenever a new card comes out. And I'm also only at like collection level like 3,000, 4,000, around that area too. And I'm like basically free to play in that game too. I've only bought I bought the Modok Pass and I bought the Nebula Pass, and those were the only two that I bought. But I'd also probably play Overwatch Year 2. Oh, Evo might help showcase Hearthstone, but I know that the brand tournament is catered to fighting games. Yeah. The biggest thing is, like, Magic the Gathering is pretty big. They have like a lot of tournaments in game. So like that, so here's the way to fix Hearthstone. Instead of doing like these dumb tavern brawls, like I haven't done a tavern brawl since I was like 10, 11, 12, like whatever the ages were when I played it a lot, because it would give you a free pack. Like right now they have this, yeah, so you get a free pack. This is another way to help complete the collection, is to play the tavern brawl. But once I complete the collection, the tavern brawl, there's no point to it. You need to take out the tavern brawl and add in a whole tournament system. So like World of Warcraft, Legends of Runeterra, all those card games have a tournament-based thing within it. You can enroll into it once a month. You'll have your qualifying games. You have to win like a certain amount of games in order to qualify for it. And there's a prize pool. In Runeterra, I won like $2,000 playing in a tournament on their own game. I didn't have to do anything. I didn't have to invest any money. I just had to play the games. So like one of the things, they need to add that to Hearthstone to make it a little bit better. Once they do that, that's going to be even better. Like duels, it's fine. I don't know why it still says beta. It's been around for so long now. The solo adventures, they stopped doing those for some reason. Like there's really like, these are all for wild. And so any new player, like there's no point in doing these. It's just a waste of space in the game.
And discover where my
Like-
power truly comes from.
Yeah, but like I don't see them doing like a sequel. Like I don't see them making like, okay, we're going to take this game, throw that away, make a new game here, make Hearthstone 2 a thing. Like they were able to do that with Overwatch and like Overwatch 2, but like there's like I don't see a point to doing that. They just need to like maybe a sequel would make sense to do. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong about that. Yeah, the brand awareness, that's true. Maybe that makes some sense. But like they did make that change for the all the sets are available in gold. Yeah, sequel for card games doesn't really make sense. Like for a shooter-based game, that makes sense, but like sequel for a card game doesn't make sense to do. Like the reason why Magic is still popular is because it's been around for like 25, 30 years. This game's only been around for 15 maybe, give or take 12 years maybe. I don't remember how many years it is. Came out in 2014. So what? 9 years now? So it's been around for 9 years. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they could change up the board, like just like the cosmetic stuff. Like I know they added in like the portraits, the card backs. They started doing all that stuff, but like change up how this is. Make this different. Like I know on Halloween and Christmas they'll have like little effects around here, but like change how this looks. Have it to where, you know, every month is a little bit of a different look. Promote the game modes. Like I've noticed, like I got up to Diamond 2 here and I got up to Diamond 5 in Wild. And it only gives you one chest for everything. Like if I got Legend in one game mode and only like a Diamond in another one, you don't get 2 chests. They should make that a thing. Because now there's not really any point to playing any of these because you don't get multiple chests. If you could play all these and get 4 different chests, that's going to help complete the collection. That's going to add more people. That's going to make more people want to play it. Yeah, like casual mode. That's what they did. So like what happened was when they introduced WoW, they also introduced casual, and people thought that, oh, we're just gonna have all the cards so we could disenchant all the cards and craft the new ones. And then no one started playing Wild because they disenchanted all their wild cards. So then Wild became dead. And they don't add any more to it. They don't do balance patches for it. They don't rotate sets either, like, which I get the point. Like Wild's supposed to be everything, but like still. They need to add like to where you could get chests for every single one of these, so it makes people play more game modes. They'll add more, you know, what's the word? More content for Hearthstone, because like who plays Classic? No one plays Classic. You don't know a YouTuber that plays Classic specifically. So like that's another thing. Like they need to add more to it in that sense. And then like Battlegrounds, like all the like competitive players, like Firebat. Who else? Crip. Like I guess Crip wasn't really competitive, but like all the people that played competitive Hearthstone and like went to tournaments and like traveled and stuff like that, they don't play standard anymore. They don't play constructed. They just play battlegrounds. And even then, I don't even feel like, I don't really like battlegrounds. Just kind of like they do more balanced stuff for battlegrounds than they do for standard. Which if they really want battlegrounds to be its own thing, make a separate game for it and invest in that, and then have Hearthstone separate, and then do more with Hearthstone, and then do its own thing with battlegrounds. But like it's, yeah, there needs to be more incentive. That's the biggest thing. Yeah, I've never been a big fan of like battlegrounds. And like now you have to spend more money to get better at battlegrounds too. Like it's just, I get Hearthstone is paid to win, but like there's a lot of solutions to what can make it, you know, a tad bit better. Yeah, it's not a real card game. It's just, it's another thing. Yeah, it's been carrying Hearthstone. Like the season pass is like, it's all right. Like, I guess that's pretty cool. They should add that to the actual like skin for like I would buy this skin for just a normal Hearthstone. Like the skins are much cooler here than they are for than they are in standard. Yeah, I guess that's cool. I mean, it's just the problem is it's yeah. There's just too many things. Like people like, if you want to get good, you have to spend 20 bucks to get the Tavern Pass. You also get, you know, these here, but then you also get all the diamond exclusive stuff. Yeah, exactly. I'd buy that as a portrait. Like that's really good. Like if you want to get the diamond variants stuff, like these won't ever come back, and so you have to spend the 20 bucks to get that. And like special card backs, like if you're a person that likes to complete everything, you have to spend money, and it's dumb. Like this is where I'm at. Like adventures, I have not done anything for adventures. Like I don't even know what I could get here. Yeah, packs, card backs, like there just needs to be more stuff to it. You get a pack. Like it's just kind of eh. Oh, the new mage portrait, the kit one. Let's see, where's it at? They also need to fix their shop. Like, why is the shop so glitchy? Are you talking about? Oh wait, no, this is a druid one. Yeah, Battlegrounds has been successful, but the only reason why is because they had a bunch. They promoted streamers. They were like, "Hey, streamers, you guys have 3,000 or 300,000 subscribers. We'll pay you to play our game mode," and then they just decided to only play it because that kept their audience there. Yeah, you only buy pre-bundle. Yeah, the pre-bundle's good, but I like the Tavern Pass because sometimes I like the diamond cards in them. But like, here's the biggest thing that kind of irritates me. So I go to Wild here. I go to Blade Master Samuro. This was the very first Tavern Pass I ever bought. Was this guy right here, and this is the Wild card now. And I don't get that money back because if I don't play Wild, I don't get this value back. Oh, I see. Yeah, the battleground skin. Yeah. And like, if you spent the 20, 40, or however much this was to get the diamond version for these cards, like you don't get those back now in standard unless they rotate around. But like, it's just weird. Like, the aspect of how much money you spend. Yeah, exactly. They just neglect standard. Like I got this one right here, but that means I have to play a wild deck to use it. It's just kind of, you know, it's a little weird in that way. Yeah, winning is all that really matters. Sure. But the downside is that means, oh, I have to play you know, Dude Paladin or whatever that is. We're gonna play Magatha Mech Mage now because I want to play it. But you know, it's just all. It is what it is with it.
Luther versus the Lich King.
Now the deck tracker doesn't want to work. What?
Not stop me then.
Why is it being mean to me?
You will not stop me now.
Okay, well, for this list, Spooky Mage, we could play Spooky Mage. I really don't like this card, like, at all. This should be a 1-mana card, but it's not, and I don't like that. Actually, I'll keep this. Keep it like that. I need to reload the deck tracker. You know, I might craft Open the Waygate and Wild, so we can play Open the Waygate Mage and Wild, because why not? I mean, the cosmetics are just a thing to buy. Oh. What is this guy playing? Yeah, the cosmetics are just for some people. Like, sometimes, like, I always buy the Tavern Path just because I want to get the portraits that are at the end of it, and also I like getting the extra, like, you know, stuff like that. Yeah, that too. It gets a little boring staring at the basic portrait too. Yeah, I mean, that is your opinion about the cosmetic stuff. It really just kind of... That's why they added it, because like prior, back like when Hearthstone first... When it first came out, there's no cosmetics. There's only one card back, and people wanted to... you know, wanted it to be a little bit more, you know, light. And so when they started adding in the cosmetic stuff, more people started playing Hearthstone. That's why, you know, the game was popular at one point and then now it's not. Yeah, people have money, they spend the money for it. Like, I really like this Paladin skin right here, and I bought the Mage skin, the new one, the kit, whichever one it's called. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't call them dumbasses for doing that.
The Queen's trove is forbidden.
But it's anyone's choice. That's why it's the option. You decide it's not to no, this isn't the Dragon Paladin, it's the Mech Paladin. Man, they already got a 10-14. What are the chances of that happening? Oh, well, I guess we are going to start training to a Dragon Paladin now. We're probably going to need that there. We might just lose because he's able to get a 10-14 right away.
The citadel stands strong.
No, what I mean by that, like, how it's pay to win, is that... We're gonna play this. It's like, it's pay to win because you can't get every card for free. Like, in Legends of Runeterra, you do not have to pay a single dime in that game, and you'll be able to get all the cards. All you have to do is consistently play it every day and get all the cards. It took me 2.5 months to get all the cards for Legends of Runeterra, and I was able to make money off it right away from doing tournaments. Hearthstone doesn't have that at all. They don't have so what Runeterra has is they have like tavern passes, right? But you don't spend money on them. You pick which class you want to be at, like which faction, and you'll play like a hero from that faction, and the more wins you get, the more rewards you're gonna get. And so, you know, you can win, you can lose, you can win, you can lose. It's that whole thing, and you'll still get cards. And it's not random. You'll be guaranteed to get those cards from that set, or like from that faction. that's like why it's good. Yeah, it's the best card game for free-to-play players, and honestly, the artwork's pretty good. Yeah, I would say for like Legends of Runeterra, the how you're able to like interact during your opponent's turn kind of is bad, because there's some cards that are just so good that like it ruins your entire game state sometimes. It's very specific, if that makes sense, but yeah, I don't know. It's kind of one of those things, like if they Hearthstone took like a little bit of like what Legends of Runeterra does. Like Legends of Runeterra has only been around for 2-3 years, and they have about the same amount of like player base, which should not be the case. And you know, they did that with Hearthstone. People would play it more. They could probably add in way more cards now if they do that. But that means there's just going to be a lot of basic cards that aren't very good, and there's going to be very specified decks that would be better than other decks. But
access denied. Access denied.
I want to like Marvel Snap, but the board presence and how the games are over in 5 minutes doesn't seem to jive with me well. Well, it's one of those games where it's just meant to like, oh, I could play it real quick, enjoy it for a little bit, and then if like Hearthstone, you could have games that last an hour, and that's an hour of your day wasted, or however you decide to, you know, however you feel about how you manage your time and do all that stuff, right? But if you're sitting here dealing with like if you're only playing Control Priest and every single game you're playing is over 25 to like 40 minutes long, it kind of gets numbing to an extent, you know. Your brain's just kind of like, what's the point, you know? But yeah, like it should be more successful, but they don't advertise it at all. Like I only found Legends of Runeterra through a friend, and we started playing it together, and that's like all we would really do. I'm gonna concede here. This guy got pretty lucky with everything he got there. Exactly, and that's the reason why a lot of people leave Hearthstone, is because it burns you out really fast. Like the only reason why I don't really ever get burned out is because, well, for one, I have a complete set for standard, so I could have all the decks to play and I could play whatever I want to play. But on top of that, like the YouTube kind of keeps it a little bit more interesting, because that means I could, you know, go out of my way to just make more fun stuff happen. Marvel Snap is more pay to win. I don't know. I haven't enjoyed it quite a bit without having to pay a lot of money to it. I've only spent like, what is it, 18 bucks, 20, 22 bucks, however much it is on the game just for some stuff. It's fine. At least compared to Hearthstone. Hearthstone's taking like $300, $400 out of my pocket whenever a new expansion comes out. Yeah, I mean, you can, but the problem with it is the packs. Like, you're not guaranteed to get everything you want in the packs. Yeah, that's true. I mean, technically that's what I did when I was younger. Like, I would just play one deck and generate enough gold to buy packs. And, you know, just repeat and do all that. Yeah, they do, but they're trying to make it like to where it's like more rare. So if you save up all your collector tokens to buy the most recent thing, that's like a choice you can make. And there's not a way to like buy, you know, collector tokens. You have to like play the game to get them, and so it's kind of like an earn. Like if I had to sit here and play the game a bunch to get collector tokens to get this specific legendary here, it feels a lot different, you know. I wouldn't say all the new cards are always better. Like Thanos was really good when it first came out. Galactus was really good when it first came out. The new card that they released, the Living Tribunal, that's not all that great of a card. They released, you know, Jeff the Shark Guy. That card was pretty decent, but it's not like meta defining by any means. Oh, what was the other stuff? The High Evolutionary, that was meta defining. That was a really good card from the ad. But that's not, that's like a like a Series 5 card, I think, or is it 4? I don't remember what it is. Oh, I don't ever remember what I play for this. Go to my old list right here. Yeah, if they start doing it to if they start marketing it to younger people, it would be a lot better. But it is a little bit harder for them to understand. Like I was playing this when I was like, you know, 8, 9, 10, and I wasn't really ever getting out of silver or even, you know, gold for that matter. And I was still spending a lot of money on the game to try and get other cards, but like it's just, you know, how you think and everything like that. You don't see the full outcome of the play either, and so it's, you know, it just kind of changes in that way. You think Leandrin is still worth crafting because the location seems better in paper? Leandrin? Like in Wild? Like Paladin? Because... do I even still have Leandrin in here? I don't even think I do. Maybe I still have it. Like the Librams, is that what you're talking about? I'm not really sure what you're talking about. Oh, Lady Leandrin. I mean, it's good for pure paladin, but like outside of pure paladin, it's not really necessary. You don't really ever see it in any other like paladin deck except pure paladin. And so if you have here, I'll give you kind of a quick rundown. So I have 2100 dust here, and so if I was to like sit here and like craft, or we'll go here and go legendary. Yeah, so like I disenchanted Blightfang because I know Blightfang's never going to be used again. I could just open up another pack and get it. I got 1600 dust from that guy. Alexander, like Mograine, he's an alright legendary to craft. Cindergosa, you should not craft. Elren, if you do have a lot of Demon Hunter stuff, this is a really good card to craft, especially for Outcast Demon Hunter. Soul Eater Scythe, it's a very complicated deck to play. Not really worth crafting in that sense. If you don't already have the cards to make this work, don't craft the weapon. This card's bad. This card got nerfed, and so if you really want to, you could disenchant this and be happy and make another card. This card's trash. They even buffed it. It's not really worth doing. This card is only seen in Face Hunter. And sometimes, like, it's a good card in Face Hunter. If you open this in Face Hunter, you keep this in your hand no matter what, and you win. Like outside of that, it's not good. Oh wait, I'm also not looking at all the standard cards. Hold up. Let's see. Take out the uncraftable, right? These are all craftable stuff. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so like here, I'll just make notes of stuff that's worth enchanting, in my opinion. You want to play Demon Hunter? Zymox is worth enchanting. Zylog is worth enchanting. Latest Atheno, Felrin. So if you're gonna go and play Demon Hunter, these two plus these two are the only ones that craft. If you're gonna be crafting for Druid, Doc, that's really the only one. Like Opior, like after they nerfed like Denathrius and all that, like controlled Druid kind of went out the hole. Not really worth crafting. Zoc, Anubrak, those two are good to craft. You want to play, excuse me, if you want to play the big Druid, you could craft this if you already have all the other stuff for it. But like Druid kind of went down in power after like some nerfs and some of the rotations. Yeah, I would consider crafting Felrin, but you know, kind of play with your options. Like Raja, this used to be like a for sure craft, like back when Sunken City first came out, but now this is not even worth crafting because there's better cards to play over this. Arlon, this used to be really good too. This used to be a card like, oh, you should definitely craft this when it first came out, and even like months afterwards. It's not played anymore. Mr. Mokla is like a good card. Like I'm really happy I got the signature art for it, but yeah, Druid. Yeah, I'm surprised you like no one like I've played a lot of like Hero Power Druid on the first day when the mini expansion came out, but yeah, Mr. Mukla is like all right. Hydrolodon, if you play Hunter, this is a must craft. Like you should, like if you're gonna be playing a Hunter at all, this is the first legendary you should craft. Now Mage is kind of hard because there's like a different stuff you can do, like Mech Mage. I would consider Commander Savara. Yeah, Diddley pretty toxic. This card, like after the buff, it's good. But the thing is, you could always discover that from another like mage thing. Kel'Thuzad is not necessary for Spooky Mage to make it work. Meaning, Raw Math is the best thing you could craft. Like for Mage, it's either Gaia or Romath. Now for Paladin's kind of funny because like there's a lot of stuff that's really good. Like you could Light Blade's really good for Pure Paladin, Pure Paladin, Pure Paladin. Like these are all like guaranteed like enchants. Yeah, I don't know. I was pretty excited for Mokla. I'm pretty sure my tier list I made it like an S tier guy. It's definitely not S tier. Leviathan is your first thing in Paladin you should craft. And then probably the Countess, then the Pure. Mage is a hard one too, but like really, Sistra Savannah or High Cultus Basilisk. And then like Blackwater Behemoth, like those are really the only 3 cards that you really need in Priest. The rest here aren't really ever used. Like sometimes you'll see these get played, but they're not good. Yeah, I'd recommend using Stuart in the Dude Paladin, but if you have to craft it, I wouldn't craft it. The concoction stuff, like those are all really good. Like Krakatoa is probably the first legendary you should craft here. Pirate Admiral, like Pirate Rogue, when it first came out in Sunken City, was really good for a while. But, you know, after Pirates rotated out and there's not very many good Pirates anymore, Pirate Rogue is just not a thing anymore. So Krakatoa, Future Side, only legendaries you should really craft. Oh, and Shadow Demise. Shadow Demise is really good too. I would go Krakatoa, Shadow Demise, Future Side. Yeah, it's not essential. You shouldn't craft that. I wouldn't say Steward's a shit card. It's pretty solid when you get it off. If it doesn't get silenced, then, you know, it kind of varies with that. For Shaman has been really bad with legendaries lately. Like, Glug is not even considered that good. Rockhill is good for, like, aggro decks. So if you play Totem Shaman or any other, like, or it's going to be big, you can do that. Yeah, but I don't even know how they would, like, buff it. Yeah, the Stone Knight's really the only only worthy legendary. Like even Jive Insect is good for certain scenarios, but it's not good. Like if they changed Ragnar's like Firelord, like when this card first came out, this was like one of the best legendaries ever. But now it's like in comparison to every other legendary, it's so bad. They need to like either update the card or something. Like I don't know. This is good for Evolved Shaman. Like if you want to play Evolved Shaman, this is not a bad card. And then Overlord Draku, because of the rotations for some of the big stuff, it's not worth, you know, crafting this. Like I had the signature art for it and I disenchanted it because it just wasn't worth it. Like I'm not playing it. Yeah, Stonewright is the must craft for Shaman probably. And then Warlock has been pretty good, I would say, for like legendaries. They have Rafam, they have Jathir, they have Zakul, and they also have Gigafin. Those are all, and even Symphony of Sin is pretty good too. Yeah, like if you want to play Imp Warlock, you can play Imp Warlock all the way up to Legend rank. M King Rafam is a really solid card, and you know, I'm surprised that it never got touched in any type of like patch or anything like that. Same thing with Warrior. Like Lady Ashvane, this is like the worst Warrior card ever. Give all weapons in your deck, hand, and battlefield +1/+1. Like that's trashiest card. Black Rock and Roll is a really cool card that they added, and people thought like this was not going to be a good card at all. Turns out it's a really good card. Nelly used to be really good, but since with the rotation, all the pirates, the quest, Nelly just fell off the gate. Like it's not worth crafting. They've recently, you know, buffed up Thorbalor, and they added new stuff for Fire or Enraged Warrior. So, you know, this is probably a good enchant. I'd say, see here, let's look at it. Remore is solid, but I'd go probably Thorbalor or Thorbalor, Voon, Black Rock and Roll, then Remora. You could also, you know, do Decimator Olgra, but like it's not really a board clear at all, and it's pretty bad stat lines for being 6 mana. And also there has to be damage minions on the board to get the stat buff, so it's not really that good. Very situational card. Aslar was like one of the best cards that they introduced. You know, since March of the Lich King, like that's, and they already changed it twice, I think, already. Yeah, this is definitely like still worth crafting. And like that's really it. Like there's not really anything else that's like worth. And I don't think I'm missing anything else here. Yeah, because you get all those cards here. You get all those right there. Yeah, Aslo is really good. Like Jailer, like I mean, I opened up the when this first came out, the mini set, the very first pack I opened, I got a golden one, and I'm like, okay, I'm set. But like even like the changes, the Denathrius, it's not played anymore. You don't ever see it anymore. The Sunwell's a good card. Nepleton's really good. Nepleton, if you want to play like any type of like cheating deck that cheats out stats or anything like that, Nepleton's the one to craft for that. You get Lothamar. Invincible is so bad. I mean, I'm so happy to add it in Dr. Boom again, but like Dr. Boom needs to be changed. It's not a good card anymore. But like Karen used to be such a good legendary too. They changed Ziliax. It used to have charge, but now has rush. They buffed this up, so technically this should be a better card now, but it's not. You don't ever see this being played. Ordering was like a really good card for a long time because it's able to draw the highest cost minion. I don't ever see it anymore unless it's a specific like combo deck. It's not used anymore. Queen of Jara is solid too. It's only played in very specific decks. ETC Band Manager is probably one of the best tech cards they added in because you're able to add 3 more cards to your deck that you get to pick. By far a really good legendary. Alan, this used to be played in Big Hunter, but now it's not played anymore. Soul is good for only specific things, you know. Yeah, Bone Lord is not good. Like I've only used Bone Lord in the DJ Mana Storm like OTK mage. Not good. Yeah, you know, I rated Posic pretty high in my tier list. I think I had like A or S. I really don't feel like it's an A or S tier card. It's like it's average. It's like upper B in my opinion. Because you're still giving them like bodies, like 3/3s, and like if you're playing against Mech Mage and you play Posic, they're getting value out of that. If you're playing Mech Paladin, they're getting value out of that. It's just kind of weird. I feel like these shouldn't have the tags for Mech, but he should have the tag for Mech. It'd make the card itself better, because there'll be many times where I'd play this on 4 and I want to magnetize this, and it just kind of it falls off in my opinion a bit. Yeah, Bone Lord's too risky. Renethal is like a really good card, even though, you know, they changed the HP to it. It still works. You know, Blood Mage has always been a really consistently good legendary. You get spell damage, you get to draw a card, it's good. And also had the undead text too. It's a good card. Yeah, I understand it's more of a disruption card, but like how many times are you actually disrupting your opponent instead of giving them, you know, value? You're giving them 2/3/3s, like it's, you know, it's pretty solid for the most part. Like it's all right, but like it's just, you know, I've had more times where like sometimes you get the 3/3 back, which is not bad. I don't know. We'll say it's an A card. It's fine. I definitely don't think it's worth playing in every single deck, but it definitely has its spots in specific decks though. So that's why that's how you know it is a good card, because it's played in, I'd say, probably over 55% of decks. So, you know, it's a good card. I'll say it's a good card. I'm not trying to say it's a bad card. I'm just saying it's a niche card that like has positive effects, but sometimes it doesn't benefit you sometimes by playing it. Like if you play on 4, it's solid, but sometimes it's not. Like here, I can actually show you some stats for that. Yeah, aggro opponents love Posic, but like other than that, here, let's see. Give me a example for a deck that has Posic in it a lot. Against Unholy. Yeah, here, let's see. Where's Unholy at? Okay, so here, if you look at this, when it comes to Mulligan, you don't even keep it in your hand. Like, sure, it still has a 65% like keep rate, but even then, like, it's not even worth playing. Like, you're more rather going to be wanting to open up these. But then if you look here, your draw and win rate. So if you draw this, your win rate goes down, and then the played win rate goes down even more. Like, there's a lot of times where it doesn't even benefit you to play it. Like Grave Strength, your played win rate goes up, but your drawn win rate goes down. You keep win rate. Like these are just things like, you want to get really good at Hearthstone, look at the stats when it comes to, you know, how your deck plays. If you notice here, there's only 2 greens here. Your draw win rate, if you draw your Marlgar on turn 8, you win. 69% win rate overall. Your played win rate for Grave Strength is a 77.4. That card should be nerfed. Like if it's played and it's guaranteeing you the win 77% of the time you play it, like that's the thing. And then turn held, 2.8, turn played, turn 8. Like see, like the average when it's playing, like you're winning by turn 8 with this deck. And I mean, sure, there might be some Frostlists that play it. Like here, this one right here plays it. Let's look at the stats for this one. See, now for this one, it's a little bit better to play it for this one. Why is the reason for that? It just, you know, it depends. And so if you want to come here and, you know, play to win rate. So if you're playing this card, that means you're going to be winning. So if you're playing Frost Aggro and you play Posic on 4, you're going positive, right? You play Righty Fan, You're going positive. Sidekick, or sidekick, Saurian, Ballet. And, you know, as it goes down here, you know, your play to win rate for everything just kind of changes, right? Now, if you draw a card, Foul Egg, it's good. Turns played, 3 that. Yeah, it's good to play on curve, but like not every deck is going to want to play Posic, and that's kind of like what my point is with it. Some decks will enjoy playing it, some decks won't. Are you talking about, so like after the Hero Power and how it dies at the end of the turn, or are you saying that it should not have charge and should only have rush? Like, again, like a lot of other decks don't even play it. Oh, it builds up corpse. There's games where it doesn't really. No, I think the Hero Power is fine as is, because like it's basically like they don't need to change the Hero Power itself. They need to change the cards that, you know, spin the corpse and the value that you get from the corpse. They just probably just need to adjust the amount of corpses it takes to spend, you know. But here we could do it by cards here. Let's look at this. Here's a crafting view for you guys if you want to see this a bit better. So N% of decks, Astar's in 35% of decks, and deck win rate with that is, you know, it's over 50%. It's 60.8 times played. It's been played quite a bit. If you can't, like, there's like, you could tell it's been played quite a bit and still works, right? School teacher. I think everyone should already have school teacher. Is like the golden was given to you and everything like that. Nubian visor, good. Renethal. I mean, everyone gets Renethal. All the undead stuff here is really good. And then look here, Posic, 15%, 65% win rate. It's only played 34,000 at a time. It's an alright card, but the thing is, you get it for free, so it should be up here on the list. And it's considered crafting, which is weird because you don't craft the card, you get it for free. Sylvanas is like the next legendary you should probably craft. Like, it's up there with everything else. Every other legendary here except Astalar is given to you for free. The location's not completely terrible. How do I put it? Like, there's sometimes when the 4/5 body can be enough to win a game. As in, like, it might be able to trade into something that's like actually worth trading into. But like outside of that, it's just kind of you could run 1 copy and be fine with it. But 2 copies it might be just too extreme because they could be a dead card in your hand. So having 1 copy is not terrible. But like here, you could like just go through this and see what cards you should craft. And win percentage and everything like that. And it does every single card. Astalar is one of the most played cards. Or the not the most played, but the most like amount in each deck. If you don't have Astalar, craft Astalar. And then through statistics, like win rate, somehow Big Gun has the best win rate, but that's just because Pure Paladin's the most played deck right now. Yeah, I mean, Dirty Rat's pretty can be irritating in a way, but it's really only played in control decks, and you know, aside from that, it's not too impactful. Why is it doing that? Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of what it is. We'll play some Spooky Mage now.
Queen Ashara versus Morgul.
My music will wash over you.
Oh, I'm glad it's relaxing for you. We'll keep this in our hand. You know, I'm just really happy that the stream's just working. That's my biggest thing. Because I've streamed 2 other times and the stream crashed like, dude, I don't know how many times. This is the first time. Like the stream's been going on for 3 hours, almost 4 hours now, and that's amazing. I'm so happy that it's working. Now let's ping here. I can play this right now, and we can prepare for this and gain 4 armor too, as well as, you know, getting any other spell that we need. I think that's okay to do that.
Woven.
Okay, he plays Free Spirit. Sure. You know, yeah, I'll go Deathborn here. You think Evolve Shaman is going to be played more often in this meta? Because I feel like there are more matches against it today. Well, I feel like because I put out the video like right away, it's going to be played quite a bit. But depending on, you know, how the meta settles, it might be played quite a bit. It's going to be played for the first week, and then, you know, whether or not that actually works and it's considered to be good or not will, you know, depend. I think it's consistent. I feel like it's a lot better than Overload Shaman. I feel like there might be a better deck that might come out. You could expect like Kibler or No Hands Gamer to come out with a better deck than what I came up with. Then that list will be the more viable deck, or the more viable list, whatever you want to call it. But I could see it, you know, becoming, you know, mildly meta. It might be like, you know, a C, upper C, maybe a B tier deck. But I definitely feel like you could get to legend rank with it. Not bad by any means. Yeah, I think the deck is pretty solid, but you know, No Hands Gamer is like probably one of the best Hearthstone players as of right now, in my opinion. Just he's consistently at the top of legend rank, playing whatever deck he feels to play. And so, you know, he's like, if you really want to like learn clear-cut skills, like I know he doesn't really talk a lot during his YouTube videos or anything like that, and he just kind of just sits there and does what he thinks. But just watching how he plays, you could catch on to that, and like that's what a lot of how you learn the game. Like when I was younger, I watched a lot of Trump. Oops. I watched a lot of Crip. I watched a lot of Maz. And how I play is really based off of those 3 guys and learning from them and playing that way.
Bask in my radiance.
We'll go for Brawl here. But like, it's really hard to say. Like, the moment that I saw Backstage Bouncer was a card, I immediately was like, Vol Shaman's gonna be a thing now because of that card. and I immediately made a deck for it. I didn't show it off. I didn't like talk about it at all. I was like, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna put it out before anyone else puts it out, and that's basically what I did with it. And so we are playing Overload Shaman, which is actually kind of crazy. But you know, I feel like the problem with like Hearthstone YouTubers are they all kind of play the same decks around the same time. And what is this guy doing? He plays Frost Whisper in the deck? How does he expect to win in 3 turns? That doesn't make any sense. There's no way he beats me in 3 turns, right? Like we're at 42 HP. That's... He's got Rag? Right, but like even still. Does that mean we should be playing the Solid Alibi here? Does he have the combo for it? He hasn't played the weapon, so he can't like refresh mana or the reduce the cost of anything. You know, I'll play one of these just the off chance he might magically have lethal. I don't think he can, but we'll see what happens with that, I guess. The Zero Cost Famished Fool is actually pretty good. It's crazy. Yeah, but like back to what I was saying, like you can craft the best decks and you won't really know how to play it. You have to watch other people play it. You have to see other styles of how they play, because everyone has a different mindset on how they will approach like the next turn. And so watching multiple YouTubers and seeing the full scope of what that person can do for that deck and what this person can do for that deck is the best way you could really, you know, learn how to play the game better. That is true. We do have Brawl. Honestly, our hand's really clunky for what it is. Like, it's I might just play this now. Form the board, and if he does have the Rag combo, Rag may have a chance of hitting these right here, which is probably pretty good. We're at 42 HP, and if he does have some crazy Rag combo, that's only going to take up, what is that? 5 spots. 5 times 8's 40. He can't even kill us with that. But I'll just play this to off chance that it happens. And you know, if he's not able to remove all this here, we have Deathborn is Deathborn is Deathborn. And so that's just going to be constant damage going at him. Looks like he might be able to do something with it. But he has, how many turns left? He has 1 more turn. I don't think he could do it. I probably should have saved this last Solid Alibi for this next turn. Oh, he has Lightning Storm. Let's see, it's Overload cards, right? 2 less. That means he also has to attack with it too, which I mean is just eh. Yeah, Brawl's another way out too. What is that card? Oh, Lightning Bolt. Okay. Oh, and you have another Lightning Storm. Okay. He's really spinning all of his stuff to try and get it out. Okay, so here's the last turn.
Bask in my radiance.
Okay, so here's the thought process for it. If we don't remove the board here, that's going to take up space for his rag combo, which means he's going to be dealing less damage to us too. So really what we should do is just ping here so we don't take that 4 damage. We'll play this, and we'll pass. That way he only gets 5 rags. That still can't kill us. And if he doesn't kill us here, he also overloaded a bunch. I think we're fine. Oh, an Astalar, or Alucard, I mean. Oh, okay. That's kind of cool. I still don't think that beats us, though. Oh, maybe it does. 18, 20. Okay, he got it to work. That's cool. Yeah, I mean, maybe I should have saved the solid ally for that turn, but I wasn't really sure when he was going to be able to do it. You know, that was a misplay on my end. Should have saved the solid alibis there for those last 2 turns, but even still, like, sure he got it off. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. I mean, jam session with Alucard is pretty cool. It's something I would have not thought of, but it's definitely not a good deck by any means. He just, you know...
Queen Ashara versus Sylvanas.
Victory for the Forsaken.
My music will wash over you.
No.
We'll keep the Sanctum in hand. Yeah, it's all good. I mean, he had a pretty cool combo and we got to see that, so it's neat.
What a delicious party!
Armor! Lightly used armor!
Well, yeah, exactly. Like, we didn't really know if he was able to do the combo that turn, the next turn, or the following turn. Like, we just weren't really sure what was a possibility. We didn't even know if it was going to be Rag. We didn't know if it was going to be some other card. Oh, yeah.
Bask in my radiance.
You know, I think Soul of the Force is actually a pretty good card to pick here, especially with our Deathborn. I think it's kind of worth keeping here.
Break it, you buy it!
But it's cool. There's like a little cool combo thing with that. It's not going to be very consistent, though. I mean, sure, you got 1 win with it, but... You also got to remember, we're sitting at... What is that, Silver 5? This is where all the fun little shenanigans are going to be happening, too. So... Okay, well, here's the thing. It's pretty clear we have to take out the Slither Spear here, because that thing could get out of hand.
Break it, you buy it!
Do not look away.
Yeah, I mean, Triking's not a bad card to find, like, specific things that you want, but I think having the survivability on the board is pretty solid, too. And if we top deck Deathborn on turn 6 and we still have the 2/2s there, it's going to add more value to us, too. And, you know, that's kind of the whole deck. Like, the whole reason for... Oh, no, that's a card. The whole reason for this deck and why it wins is just continuously playing Deathborn over and over and over again. For the Horde, yeah.
Do not
Break it,
look
you buy
away.
it!
My blood boils for war.
Gotta keep them tuned!
Okay, okay. Yeah, we might just lose this one just because we didn't have really the best opener. I mean, it wasn't all that bad. I mean, he might be able to 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. He has 4 Qualis in hand, or not 4 Qualis, the weapon, the 6-mana weapon. He might be able to beat us there. Also could have played the Solid Alibi there, but I think it's better to do the volume up so we could get better cards. And it's unfortunate. Yeah, Blizzard's not bad, but problem is it's turn 5. So is that lethal? Okay, it is. No? Oh, okay, well. Funny how it is. We're gonna have to play this, right? Yeah, it's just, it didn't help. Like, we weren't really able to deal with anything in the early game. We removed the first Slither Spear, which was probably the best thing to do. And there's just kind of fell off. Like, we didn't have anything else to really help with it. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, he still wins, but you know. The downside to ranking up and like trying to get back up to, you know, the higher ranks is you have to play aggressive decks to, you know, do well. And that's kind of the downside to Hearthstone. You can't just play any deck you want to play and do well with it. Like, we're only sitting at, what is that? We're sitting at silver. Like, see what I'm talking about? But like, I'm sure, you know, we could go back to even Shaman, or Evolve Shaman. We could go back to Unholy. Play Hero Power Druid, and that probably gets a lot of wins too. It's just, you know, whatever floats the boat. You're gonna be playing against a bunch of random decks too, so that's another thing. I'll do the Hero Power. We'll see how that does.
Goth versus Adonis!
I will master the School of Shadow.
I defend the blessings of nature.
Gosh, I choked on my water. Dude, why is this deck tracker here? No, what is happening?
Nature speaks through my tunes.
Yeah, I mean, Menagerie Warrior might help, but you know, if we're only playing against Undead Priest, Ace Hunter, all those decks, it's just not really going to change anything. I don't know why the deck tracker is being weird. Yeah, it is.
Far out.
Don't keep your thoughts to yourself.
Yeah, I know, it's not really wanting to work at all again.
Our gift of the arcane enlightens us.
Yeah, it's not going to do its thing, so we're just gonna not use a deck tracker anymore. Which is irritating, but it's fine. But it's fine. We do not have the best set at all for this hero power druid.
Nature speaks through my tunes.
We don't have enough mana to do that. We can't hero power and fizzle. But we're probably gonna play the Seedsman here.
All it takes is love, care, and death.
We're not dead yet. If he, has undying allies into double, shadowed spirit, that'd be a problem. The biggest thing is we could just, nourish into ramp, and then we have this, we have Nubricon. I think we're fine. We'll have a lot of survivability with armor and everything like that. It just doesn't help that we haven't drawn any of our hero power stuff yet. Like any of our beasts to, make it better. But there's that one, but, still, it's just kind of eh.
Nature speaks through my tunes.
Okay, well, there's the Groovy Cat. Play that one. Here, we'll see if we could get my other... I don't remember if I have the other one.
In death, blood.
Yeah, I don't have the other one. That's fine. Yeah, so I think that was the best way to do it. Something to always note with your Groovy Cats are you always want to trade them first before you even click your hero power to get the most value out of it. But having the Underking when we had it, I think, is a big help. Got back up to what is that, 27 HP?
Close enough.
Now's probably the time I want to fizzle here. We could play Fizzle, we could go into Seedsman. Well, this probably just clears everything here. Yeah, it is pretty comfortable, I'd say. Okay, so here's the thing. We could do some crazy stuff. We could go Nubricon into Astalar into Mishmasher. Which I actually don't think is that bad of a play here. Okay, now here's the thing. If we absolutely want to, we could play Astalar here, and that could remove a good amount of the board. But we could also play Mishmasher here, and also clear the board that way as well. And we might want to save, we could just play the Astalar here. I think the Astalar wouldn't be too bad, because that's 1, that's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
That rope's burning again.
I think the Astalar play couldn't be too bad to do. And we can save this again. Oh, I guess we could still play this. I kind of forgot about that. Because we're going to play 2 guys. And... oh, here, we'll do this now. Time. Oh, it didn't work. Okay, whatever. It's fine. They can't deal with this board though, and they can't kill us from HP either. We're at 15. They have 8, 9, 10. They could have 5 damage, so they actually might have lethal. Actually, I forgot that they had the undead that could dredge and deal 5 damage. Oh wow, that's pretty lucky for them to get that. We're going to draw. We can actually play this now and refresh our hero power a couple times, which wouldn't be too bad to do. Okay, so how does this work? Like a random mini minion? Yeah, that's fine. Tap. And trade like this. We'll make this cost 0 next turn because we could play this next turn as well and we'll get a bunch of our Ruby Cats and our Free Spirit back. Oh, or we might just have lethal. Okay, War Rider's fine. Planted Evidence, I like that card. Okay. I'm okay playing Sock right now, I think that's fine. He could still have lethal.
You win.
Okay, well we got lucky with that, I think. It definitely wasn't the prettiest game I've played. Do it again. Definitely think it's worth like that specific deck can definitely grind you up pretty high. A rogue.
Stay in the shadows.
What?
Okay, this is a better hand. This is the hand that we'd much rather see. Free Spirit and Peaceful Piper. We don't want Zoc on our opening hand. Spread the Word's perfect. Now, if we had this hand against the Priest earlier, we probably would have won a lot sooner. But I did have I will have a video coming out for this deck, and I did have a couple games where I was able to deal like 20 damage with this. I don't remember if I have them all in the video, but I think I have at least 1 or 2 games where I deal like over 10 to 15 damage with my hero power. Ruby Cat on curve, nice. Love to see it. Turn 3, we're going to play Peaceful Piper, and we could probably tap here so we can start gaining some armor too. That's a pretty important thing to do. Okay, it's nice to have that for turn 5.
Nature speaks through my tunes.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and tap. Start putting on pressure. For turn 4, we can play the Free Spirit, tap. And if we absolutely want to, we could make it cost 0. Oh, Secret Rogue, okay. Secret Rogue isn't very good in my opinion. I don't think it's worth playing at all. Here, we'll draw first. Probably could have played this first too, but it doesn't really matter the order here. We'd just be missing out on one armor.
Job's done.
You fell right into my
Oh, he plays ambush. Okay. Sure. Heat death. Oh, perjury. Okay, that's fine. We're gonna play the Flower Child on 5 so we could get the finale effect.
I never lie, but I never tell the truth.
If we top deck Rake, that'd be really good here too. Because we know that that spell is probably the spell that's gonna like add that back to his hand. I'm gonna play this first. If it's a counter, okay, it's objection. That's unfortunate, but I'd much rather have it on that than any of these other cards here. Yeah, it doesn't have a lot of like oomph to it, if that makes sense. It just kind of sits there for a little while.
Ain't my grave.
Oh, the Gravedigger. Yeah, which one did he play? He put Pops or Pixie? Yeah, it doesn't really change anything for me, though. Man, I got another objection. What is the chances of that? Good lord. Gonna get that back. Yeah, cheat death. Yeah, it's better to, like, get it on some other minion that's not one of these ones here. But, you know, get always play Ending Swarm here and get the ones that we did play back. 'Cause it's already up to, what, 3-5? We could get that up to 6-10 or no, 6 or 4-7 or whatever that is. 4-7, I think.
You fell right into my trap.
Yeah, we'll test for counterspell. It was. We're gonna play this one now. There we go. Yeah, so 7 and 4, and then if we draw another Unending Swarm, we can, you know, make our hero power bigger. And if we absolutely need to, we could always play this and silence that. But I really like to save that for the Mishmasher combo, because I only play one copy of each of those. So. I mean, really what the deck is just another Astalar, like, spam deck, basically, is what Secret Rogue is. Doesn't do anything else that's interesting.
As you can see, my client is...
I have a song in my heart.
Yeah, we'll do it like this. We could have traded here first so we get more armor, but I could care less at this point. Yep. And I'm just gonna go face. Oh, breakdance. Okay, sure. That's fine.
I never lie,
So I think what other mage spell could that be? 'Cause it wasn't what is it, counterspell? It wasn't explosive trap. It wasn't a projection. It wasn't ice barrier because we attacked face.
Choose soon.
I really don't remember what other deck there is, or what other secret there could be. Under King's nice, but you know, we could probably go for the whole combo wombo here, but like, I'm just gonna put these back in my deck. Okay, nothing went off. Yeah, we're fine. We're just gonna, yeah, take the next 2 turns to just hit face. Oh, huh. Well, they could get another fizzle, but doesn't really change anything, I don't think. Well, I mean, they can put whatever they want to. Doesn't really change the fact we're going to win the game. Yeah, Zoc doesn't really change anything. We could go a Nubricon into Underking and we'll probably win. Or if we draw any other type of, like, if we draw any other spell that could, you know, potentially get us lethal. If we get Rake, we win. Because we tap, Rake, and then go face. So... And that wasn't counterspell, so I don't think we have to really worry about that at all.
Choose soon.
That's funny. Okay, so it was counterspell. I thought I already played a spell. Well, it doesn't really change anything. Yeah, I got the poison guy there, that's fine. Oh, okay, so they're gonna get more spells, or more secrets, I mean. You know, I would never say, like, with the Hero Power Druid, you'd think you'd never run out of cards in your hand, but, like, for some reason, like, it's just, you just burn through stuff. Okay, sure. That's fine. I could have sworn I checked for counterspell, but I don't know how I didn't. Could have sworn I played a spell, but I might be wrong. Yeah, I know, because like I could have sworn we checked for it, but another counterspell spell, yeah. I mean, it's fine. It doesn't really change anything. We're gonna win over 2 turns.
I'm gonna win big.
Okay, that's fine. It doesn't really change the fact. It doesn't change anything. At least I think we win. Like, we've been pretty unlucky, and then this secret guy, the secret rogue, has been getting everything here. Rabatoa, sure. See, that's our last unending swarm, so our hero powers aren't going to be getting any bigger. Oh, let's see what we could draw. Hey, well, that could be lethal. Unending Swarm is a card to pick.
I wouldn't cross me if I were you.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Like, we're just kind of unlucky with that. I haven't really had any, like... I don't know, all my games today haven't been all that impressive, really. I've really just been kind of playing just to play. I haven't been really, you know, focusing on playing hard. But, yeah, I don't know. He probably has lethal here. I'm not even sure if he does or not. 10, 14. Does he have it? Yeah, he does. Yeah, I don't know. The rogue got pretty lucky with all the secrets. He had, you know, every mage spell that mage secret that he could possibly want. But it is a little unfortunate with that. Like, we didn't really open up all that impressively with it. We didn't get well, we played the Aslar. Right? I don't even remember if we did. It didn't help we didn't have the deck tracker up and running. I don't know why it's starting to bug out. I thought they updated it all. Yo, hopefully that works. Maybe the deck tracker will decide to work.
Goff versus Gul'dan.
No, it still doesn't want to work. That's annoying.
Essence of fear. I defend the
No,
blessing.
what's the point of having a deck tracker if your deck tracker doesn't even want to work? Good lord.
Nature speaks through my tunes.
Yeah, what the real problem was with that last matchup is he had objection twice in a row, and then he had counterspell twice in a row. And so he was able to object my Groovy Cat and then two of my a message saying that I had to enable auto track the deck. It might be that error. Oh, maybe.
Far out.
I'll just rock without a deck tracker until they fix it to where I don't have to deal with that, because it shouldn't be that way. They shouldn't have to be like, oh, do this to fix the glitch. Like, just fix your app.
Far out.
Yeah, the one guy didn't get two objections back to back and then two counterspells back to back. We probably would have been in a better game state, but we might have just been, you know. Oh, Secret Rogue is a lot better than Secret Mage right now. Just because Secret Rogue has a way, like, they're able to abuse it way more than mages right now. And so because of that, they're able to do much more with it. But in Wild, Secret Mage is way better than Secret Rogue. Okay, so
We
go for Flash Shot here. That's really nice to get the Unending Swarm there.
Rotten to my core.
Hey, Rotten Apple Bomb. Okay, that's fine.
together now.
I'm actually okay playing this right now because we're going to be getting back all the other free spirits there. Our Groovy Cat and our free spirit. And yeah, I mean, I'm assuming this is Thaddeus Warlock. They're not going to beat us.
Source of power.
Draw 2 cards. And we can rake.
I am only more deadly.
Rake again. And set up for lethal next turn. It defiles a card.
We're not done with you yet.
Sure, that's a card. Well, that's lovely. That's another reason why we play that card. And that's game. Like, this is how the game should always go with this deck, but you know, sometimes it doesn't work out that way. Yeah, you know, I really don't like Fizzle in the deck. Like, I've been playing around with having Fizzle in the deck. I don't really think it's worth playing in the deck. I think a second attorney at Maw is a little bit better to play. But we'll do that for it. I want to hit at least... yeah, another Silence Minion's help. I'm in 10 before I stop streaming. Stream's been going on for almost 5 hours now. Well, I want to push to at least try a little bit harder now and try and get to, you know, middle platinum 5 to diamond 10 is probably my goal for today. Should have been trying a little bit harder earlier today, and then we would have, like, you know, probably hit it way sooner, but we spent a good hour talking about cards and everything like that too.
I see you've brought guests.
Okay, Blood Death Knight. That's fun.
Job done.
Well, this is how we're gonna win. We're gonna really take our time with this, and we're gonna Unending Swarm all of our stuff, and just get our hero power up as big as possible, and then we're gonna go for a big double refresh. That's kind of the goal. Or we might just get lucky and we're just able to beat them down with our hero power without even having to do that. Without having to do the whole combo with that, with the Unending Swarm. It's nice that we have double rake. The rakes here are gonna be saved for the no munchers, because the no munchers are what's gonna be like the hardest thing to deal with because of the HP gain and everything like that. Ooh, Seedsman's really nice on curve.
All it takes is no job done. Care and death.
So, do you guys pronounce this Ripper or Reaper? Because I've heard other streamers pronounce it differently, and I don't really like what are people calling this? Because I'm pretty sure it's Ripper because it's R-I-P-P-E-R. I've heard Reaper multiple times. I'm like, it's not EA. So I don't know. I think it's kind of funny. It's not R-E-A-P-E-R.
I prefer post-pop Goblin Core.
Dead man shredding!
Yeah, Ripper. Okay, that's what I thought it is, but yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it doesn't make sense, but I've heard people say Reaper before. Can never go wrong with too many rakes. I'm not gonna do it just yet. I'm gonna trade there. I think it's fine.
cheering?
Wow, Banshee. Okay. Oh, that's really nice to get that silence. But we could just remove it, right? We could go 5.
Our gift of the arcane enlightens us.
That. And we'll push that face. Fine. It's a little sad we're not getting any of our other hero power package stuff. Like, we still need to get Groovy Cat and Free Spirit so we could actually start dealing some damage to him. But, you know, we're just kind of, we're falling a little short here. Yeah, we have solid momentum right now, but that could easily change after turn, you know, 8, 9. Yeah, well, there's a Groovy Cat. Go ahead and play the Aslar here. We might just play Aslar and use our hero power next turn too. That might just be good enough. It's nice he hasn't played any Vampiric Blood yet, because if he played either of those, it would have been a little bit, you know, a little bit harder to deal with. Ooh, there's a Death Strike. So we've had our Groovy Cat die, but we haven't had our Free Spirit die yet. We need the armor. Yeah, that really was a desperate play there. He doesn't really have anything else, I don't think. I actually really like Aquatic Form here. I mean, what should I pick here? Is it Mishmasher so I can just trade in everything here? I mean, Zoc isn't too bad either, but like these are on the bottom of the deck too, so that's something to like consider too. Zoc might be better. Yeah, but it's, you know, it's turn 8. They could have, you know, Soul Stealer. You could have Corpse Explosion. Oh, actually, they only have 2. Yeah, we'll go for Zoc here. Here's the thing, like, why I don't think the hero power for Death Knight is not broken, because look, they're only at 2 and it's turn 8. That's another thing to like consider with that. We'll go ahead and play this now. We'll see if he can get him to like spin the Soul Stealer or something. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Okay, Seedsman again. Might as well play it. I'm just gonna go play the Unending Swarm here because this is gonna give us back all the Groovy Cats. Yeah. If we top deck our yeah, Vampiric Blood. Yeah. Ooh, Hollow Hound. That's cool. Yeah, I think he did. But if we top deck the guy that refreshes our hero power here, we could have like a lot of damage. Push that up pretty fast. That's cool. He did he main deck the Hollow Hound? Yeah, he main decks it. That's cool. Oh, and speak of the devil. That's 14. Yeah, I could silence it, but I'm not really too worried about it. We have the Rake here. Actually, here's what we can yeah, we could silence it.
As you can see, my client is.
And I want to draw some cards. I want the Free Spirit. Like I don't know why it won't give me the Free Spirit. Give me the Free Spirit, please. There we go.
Job's done.
Okay, we're gonna go for another Unending Swarm, and we're gonna swing for however much damage it gives us. Because we could refresh it twice, and that's just lethal. Oh, it's up to 7. Didn't realize that. That's cool. Oh, because of Hollow Hound. That's kind of a cool interaction. I kind of forgot about that. Oh, there's a No Muncher. Here we go. Rake. Rake. And we'll do 18 damage there. And that sets up lethal for right here. Yeah, I know, it's quite amazing. Popular Pixie should be... It's such a card. I don't think it should be nerfed. I think it's pretty solid, but... We also have the Unending Swarm here too. And, you know... Oh my gosh. All the HP stuff. All the healing. Oh, well, that's a card. Can we win? That's 7. Silence. I don't think we have anything else on our deck that really does that. I'm gonna play that. And we'll wait. I should have played the Trinity at Maul first. That was my bad. Should have silenced it first. But we're fine. We can wait a turn. He can't kill it unless he plays Soul Stealer here. Oh, Band Manager, okay. Into what? Ashbringer. Oh, did he just have lethal? Did I miss that? 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. No, I don't think it's lethal. Yeah, I mean, you're close.
As you can see, my client is...
Am I seriously off by 1? 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I'm off by 1 damage. Are you kidding me? Oh my god, what are the chances of that? Underking? Yeah, it's probably gonna be the Underking anyhow. You know, I'm gonna have to trade into all this anyhow. So here, we don't have any more beasts, so we'll discover beast. That's actually not bad for this. But I might actually pick this, just, you know, the off chance that might work. We'll go here. Trade there, and we'll go face with all these right here. Set the 10 damage. I'm pretty sure we win this matchup, but, like, I don't even know at this point. This guy is doing all of the weird stuff to me. I didn't think that he plays that in the ETC Band Manager, but I guess it makes sense. Oh my gosh, all irritating. And it doesn't help that we didn't not get a lot of the free spirits, so we're not going to have a lot of armor for the Zoc here. Okay, we don't want to play that at all. You can consider this a misplay, not trading to anything here, but I'm just trying to jam them as much damage as I possibly can. I don't want him to put down any taunts either. He's already played 2 of the Rotten Bottoms, Apple Bombs, or whatever they're called. So anything that, you know, avoids taunts, I don't want to deal with that. Wow, the one card that could freeze me. Did I see that in that card? I don't remember if I saw a frozen thing. Oh my gosh, am I seriously about to lose this because of all the, like, Death Knight has so much healing, it's so irritating. I'm not going to trade into this. This is 10, 16 damage here. He's going to have to trade here. And yeah. I don't know. He hasn't played any of his, like... What is this guy playing? I don't even know what else I could have for the deck. Might use taunts. Yeah. Well, you know, we could hope.
Music
He doesn't have anything for that.
Just listen.
I don't even know what else I have in my deck, but it's not worth drawing it out to potentially deck myself out. This is our last swing for damage. If this doesn't win, then I don't know what's gonna happen. Say it's his odd cards right now, so we can't play. Oh my goodness. We could trade.
For the Lich King.
Time has come to dethrone our former master. One card left. I hope it is tasty.
Okay, last swing for damage, I guess. Oh, I forgot we had Mishmasher. Well, let's see what happens with this. Oh, we can't even play it. I'm just gonna concede here. There's no point.
Time for a swim.
Yeah, I don't know. The deck is all right. Like, this is why, like, I don't think Hero Power Dude is like so broken, because of like stuff like that. Well, Death Knight has so much healing in it. Like, I don't know what else, like, what you could expect.
Lunara versus Thrall.
My elements are frightful.
Beware the turning tides.
We'll keep the Seedsman. Hopefully, you know, we could, you know, curve out really well. When that happens, we do really good.
Through my tunes.
Okay, there we go. Free Spirit. We have a Free Spirit, so we can have armor. You know, it's probably worth playing Tony in the deck too, just for scenarios like that too, in the Jailer. But I don't want to play a Tony's Eye. Like, I just want to play pure hero power.
Far out.
Yeah, it really is. Like, why did he have Thaddeus in his deck? Like, that's just another thing. That's so weird. But it doesn't really matter. It's fine. We're still in the low rank, so it doesn't really matter. Playing just to play.
Obey the sea.
Yeah, exactly. Where it happens. We ran into a weird Death Knight deck. We ran into a crazy Shaman OTK. What else did we run into? Just like other weird... Well, I guess we faced like Face Hunter, but like that's not a weird deck.
You gotta let the music do the magic.
Nice. It's fun. Yep. This might be the crazy combo thing. I'm not really sure what to expect.
Obey the sea.
But we're already doing much better against this list than we were the other one that we're going up against. Oh, you thought it was Totem Shaman? Yeah, I mean, well, Totem Shaman would not have anything on the board by turn 5. Like, they should have like a lot of stuff already happening. So that was the first giveaway that it wasn't Totem Shaman.
We have plotted long enough.
Oh, Ajara, okay. That's fine. I'm actually going to trade my Free Spirit in here and then play Unending Swarm. I'm actually going to trade both these in here to get the most... actually, it didn't matter. I don't know why I did that. Spraying Plague's good. Or spread the word, I mean. Yeah, same with the one spell Rag. But we're a lot more aggressive than they are, so I don't think they're gonna beat us. That one guy that beat us, we were playing that slow. Well, what deck were we playing against that one guy that had the combo? Right, right. Oh, pack the house. That's a pretty crazy card for them to get. Yeah, that's right. I was playing mage. Right there. Hmm. Well, that's really good. I'm thinking as what I do is I trade right here, let him restore the HP, and we'll play this again.
Obey the sea.
Yeah, we're gonna live forever. I mean, look at all the free spirits we got. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're gonna have 11 armor, and they're gonna have 6 attack. He has the what? Evolutionary wave or whatever that card is. Oh, back the house again. Okay, sure. Ooh, Mr. Mokla. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, I mean, I am surprised. I mean, might as well, right?
Is the truth. Just listen.
Obey the sea.
I'll be trade there so we can't just hero power and, you know, deal 5 damage, whatever it may be. Ozak here. If we could top deck Attorney at General or the Attorney Maw General guy with the Mishmasher, that'd be really good. Yeah, I mean, it's fine to play all the schooling stuff there. It doesn't really change anything. Oh, I forgot he had the extra ones. Not bad.
Don't rush my vibe.
We'll do it now. Cool. That is fine. And he only has it, what, 1? Oh yeah, it's not that bad. Yeah, what we really need to do is start playing the nurses and drawing, because we're starting to, you know, starting to get to territory to where he's going to start winning. We need the Pixie. We have the Pixie, that's going to help a lot. Be able to refresh her hero power twice. And we'll do 12 damage with that. So we're close to lethal. If we top deck the Pixie, we could win. Oh wow, dealing 6 damage to your totem. Sure. Okay, well, I'm gonna do it now.
Nature speaks through my tunes.
Do that.
Obey the sea.
Play the Groovy Cat. And then we'll try and discover another Groovy Cat. Or any other beast that's, you know, useful. If we could like get oh, what's the hunter legendary beast? The colossal guy. That one wouldn't be too bad. Yeah, I don't like how Pixie, like we only have 8 cards left in our deck and we haven't seen one Pixie yet. Kind of bad. We're close. We're at 7. He's at 2. Ooh, jam session. Okay, that's cool. That guy might. Oh no, that's created. Oh, okay, there it is. Do some BM. We'll draw some more cards.
Obey the sea. Obey
Damn.
the sea.
It was only at like 3, I think. But yeah, I mean, the moment we top deck Pixie, like we were just waiting for it. Okay, finally gold. Now we're probably gonna start running to like some actual decks here instead of just the weird. Like I think, you know, Overload Shaman might be able to come back a little bit with Jam Session being a card. It might be a little bit more consistent. Maybe. I really don't know. Maybe I'll try and play it in another stream and we could try and, you know, see how often we could get it to go off.
Goth versus Garrosh.
Oh, warrior. Is this gonna be Menagerie? A Rake is probably a normal card that you want to keep in hand, but I just want to get to my hero power stuff. If I get those beasts, the better the game goes.
I see you've brought guests.
Yeah, it could be Big Warrior too. Big Warrior would be kind of hard to beat, especially if they're, you know, able to get a lot of their big stuff down early on. Ruby Cat's really good. Or not, like not get their big stuff down, but they're able to like gain a lot of armor early on, and we're able to output it. Then, you know,
Funky's real music.
yeah, from 40 card, and they're putting hipster. Like this has to be Control Warrior, right? Like big Control Warrior, one of the other. We'll play this first and see what we get. I think spot removal is always going to be pretty good. Oh, you know what I should... Oh, wait, actually. Do this. And we draw 2. Yeah, so we got this for 5. That's going to be a big help, too.
Everybody, pose for the camera.
Okay, so Fizzle, that's pretty good for them, I think, but we don't really care about that. We're gonna draw another beast. 3 spirits, perfect. We'll trade into it so it could die. We do have the double ending swarm in our hand. Yeah, there's some shenanigans. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm expecting here. You know, I'm not gonna trade into it. It's probably, you could probably argue to trade into it, into the Fizzle, but I'm just gonna go face.
We're going on a dangerous voyage.
Bastard Fallon? What is this guy playing? Like, this is probably just normal, like, generic Control Warrior, right? It's probably not big hunter or rift and roll. Or warrior, I mean. Let's see, set 3 and 3. We'll play this now.
All exist in harmony.
We'll draw out our big stuff so we can get to our other things a little bit faster. So let's see, we've already had 1, 3v cat and 1 ooh from the depths. That's kind of crazy. Oh, I kind of forgot that that put the colossals at the bottom and then they're able to reduce cost by what, 2? That's pretty good. Yeah, probably. But that can't be very consistent compared to Rift and Roll or even like just the Black Rock and Roll Warrior. Oh, tuning fork, okay. Yeah, I got Under King ready, so that is a big thing. Okay, well there's that one. We like to see that. I think I'm actually wanting to draw cards here. Like I'm still like not pleased with my hand yet. I mean, it's okay. Okay, well we got another Unending Swarm, so we might as well. And then my next Hero Power is going to cost 0. We'll do that. We'll have a really cheap Colossal here, but I'm not really too worried about that.
I bring the muscle and the magic.
Okay, so that was a brawl right there, I think. Those are all fine there. We'll trade like this. We'll save this for a big turn where we need to actually like swing for lethal. That's the goal with that. We can't play this one at all. We're saving it.
Who here can spell Zinjari?
And over the next couple turns, we're just going to be playing these Unending Swarms and hoping to like build up our hero power as much as we can.
I have a song in my heart.
What? That's like the one card, the one scenario where if they... That's dumb. Like that like what is the... It just pulls out a guy? Like that's dumb.
Far out.
Okay, more of those guys, that's fine. Yeah, no, I'm just gonna jam out the Unending Swarms and get this as big as we can. Because he's only at 15 HP. I don't think this warrior is gonna be doing too much against us. Ozumat, okay. That's pretty fun. Oh, I forgot it does it in that order. I should have removed everything like that. But it doesn't really matter. We're fine. Yeah, I don't know why I thought if I kill it. Yeah, I should have known that because I played a lot of Big Druid. But I think that's still the right play to do. I don't really care.
Who here can spell Zinjari? Anybody?
So you got Beast and a Naga. Sure, sure. 7, 8, 9. And next should be it. So this is, let's see, how much is this? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So we have lethal on board if he doesn't trade. But he should trade, but even still, it wouldn't change anything. That's going to go up to 7, 8, 9, and 11. So if he doesn't trade anything here, we have lethal. If he does trade, we won't have lethal, but our hero power is going to be bigger and we'll win more likely than not the next turn. Okay, looks like he rage quit. Okay, well that's another win. GG's. Also, I noticed that they changed the chest here. It looks a lot different. I really don't like it. Like, what happened to... Didn't it used to look like somewhat like that a bit more? Like, it looks a little bit different. I don't remember if it does or not, but it does. Yeah, it's more bulky. Like, it looks a little odd.
Hazelbark! Here for a lesson?
I defend the blessings of nature.
Oh, this is a lovely hand. We're probably going up against a mirror match, I'm assuming. Oh no, they play aquatic form. We do not play aquatic form though. Oh, you start with our free spirit. Next turn we'll play this the Groovy Cat, and then next turn we'll play Peaceful Piper into Hero Power. Yeah. We let him do all the training. Hey, you got to spread the word early. That's fine. Yeah, we're at... See, we're 3-3. He's at, what, 3-1? We're going to draw cards here, too. Running at Maul, that's really good to see. I'm actually going to... actually, turn 4. No, we're going to coin out the Peaceful Piper now. I'm going to draw another Beast. And we'll get our Groovy Cat. We're already ahead on the Hero Power, which is a good thing, especially against a mirror match. I already have one Pixie here too, so, you know, the burst output is, you know, there.
All it takes is love, care,
Okay, Seedsman is fine.
Our gift of the arcane enlightens us.
It looks like he's probably playing the Zoc version, or the Tony Jailer version. But I still really don't care about that. I'm just going to start jamming face and just keep doing that.
Our gift of frost shields us.
Yeah, that too. I could always silence it.
Nature speaks through my tunes.
Top deck Mishmasher here. That'd be nice too. Okay, another free spirit. How much is that? That's 5. So here's what we'll do. We'll play this. Play that.
love, care, and death.
We'll discover a spell. I like Pounce. And we're just gonna continue just going face. Okay, so we could potentially have lethal next turn. If we discover, ooh, maybe not. I forgot he has the armor. Ooh. Well, we'll see here. Mishmasher, please. And Rubicon.
As our husks break, your heart stops. All it takes is love, care, and death.
Oh, we don't even have any other things. Well, I think we just lose now.
Song in my heart.
Off, smash! Job done.
No, it wouldn't be. You know, I focused too hard on trying to, you know, just beat him down before he could do anything. But, you know.
Our gift of fire empowers us.
I mean, you could have played that differently. I mean, I just wanted to see if I could beat him down as fast as I possibly could. And, you know, sometimes it works in that matchup. Sometimes it doesn't. Yeah, I mean, you never know. I mean, we already had with the hero power stuff, and so I was like, you know, there's a chance that he might just kind of whiff on everything he's drawing. But he had the stuff, so it didn't really matter.
Lunara versus Maiev.
None can escape my fury.
The forest fights back.
Okay, Peaceful Piper, spread the word. We'll get rid of this right here.
Nature speaks.
We'll draw a beast.
through my tunes.
There be no treasure 6 feet.
Oh, Pirate Rogue.
Far out.
We should be fine against this matchup. Especially if we get the Free Spirit early on. We'll be able to get a lot of armor.
Rise me hearties.
This'll be good.
Yeah, we'll draw and we'll trade into the thing. Into the Pirate Boy. And then on turn 4, we could play the Seedsman here. Actually, I might change. We might actually have to trade tap and rake the Cutlass Courier there. Oh, there's a Groovy Cat. Yeah, I still think we have to do it like that.
This'll be good.
Okay, that's fine.
Put your dukes up, small fry. Never bring a sword to a fish fight.
Ooh, okay, we got the combo for that, so we're not. I'm not too worried about anything really. Actually, I think I might pick the Innervate here.
This'll be good.
I'll go ahead and trade into that. You never know. You might have something crazy you could do. Probably could have went face air. Probably could have traded. Either or doesn't really change the fact for anything. I don't think.
Put your dukes up, small fry. I need to get no death.
We can play it now. Actually, I think I want to do it like this. I want to get the armor back.
This'll be good.
We'll innervate out the Seedsman here.
Takes is love, care, and death.
It's actually surprising my Mech Mage video is doing better than the Evolved Shaman video And I'm pretty sure every game in that Mech Mage video I lost. But they're all really, really solid games.
X marks the spot.
Glory! I'm here for the gold! Glory! I'm here for the gold!
Was there that many small cost minions that were taken out in this game? What do you mean by that? Oh yeah. So yeah, that was fine. Yeah, so it would resurrect 2 Groovy Cats and then 1 Free Spirit. I was just judging by this. This is at 5 and 3, so it's 2 and 1, I believe, is what it is. Because you play it, it dies. It's 2 stats in each one. So we've had 2 Groovy Cats die and then 1 Free Spirit die. Okay. Tap. Play that. Yeah, so these are what we're gonna be getting back. So 2 of these and 1 of those. I'll rake 1 of these to get it out of the way and then we'll go face. Hey, Howling Blast is fine. I don't mind my stuff dying at all. Oh, I did forget it does freeze us though. It's kind of unfortunate. But, you know, we can still tap. And we'll get some armor back. Up to 4 now.
I have a song in my heart.
Yeah, that's up to 14 now.
All it takes is love, care, and death.
Hopefully you can't kill us with that. Yeah, next turn should finish it. We probably could have saved the Pixie there, but I wanted to get the armor.
I take this.
Not really sure what that spell could be, or that secret.
I only make hits.
Oh, One Hit Wonder's been played. That's cool. I thought this card wasn't all that impressive in my opinion. Okay, well if we just top deck Pixie here, I think we just win. Oh, it was counterspell. I forgot I should have played this first. Well, that was my bad. And Spread the Word does the same thing. Yeah, you're right. Could be counterspell. I just completely just like did not think of that for a second.
As you can see, my client
This'll be
is
good.
We should be okay, damage-wise.
there be no treasure 6 feet under.
There once was a man from Gilney.
Oh, okay. He's playing that in there.
Smart moves.
Yeah.
Concede.
Not a bad game. Yeah. Well, that worked out. See what happened here. Wow. Imagine playing that much Druid to get that achievement. That's kind of crazy. All right, well, stream's gone on for almost 6 hours, and I think I'm gonna be done for today. But I will say we did have a really good stream today. We had, I think, at one point up to like 15 viewers, and we've consistently had about 7 or 8 throughout the entire stream, which is amazing. So can't thank you guys enough for, you know, tuning in. I'll be sure to put out a community post of when I'm going to be streaming next, so you guys can prepare a bit better, and, you know, so it'll be a little bit more of a set time. But yep, it was a fun stream. We'll try and, you know, actually grind a little bit harder next time, and, you know, have a, you know, a bigger, some better games, because we were just kind of just playing and messing around for the most part. But thanks for tuning in, guys.